Good morning, everybody. My name is Raluca Sfetcu, and it is my pleasure and great honor to welcome everybody to the second EBR conference. I'm welcoming you as the chair of the scientific committee, and we're really excited to present the 2 days of exciting keynotes and abstract and oral presentations. And we're really happy that you have registered in such large number to this conference, which will probably make it as successful as last year's conference, at least. So we have actually 303 registered participants from 68 countries across 6 continents. This is great numbers that actually make us believe that this conference has a long life ahead due to this large interest. And the top 5 countries were United States of America and UK, followed by Norway, Canada, and India. So the theme of this year's conference is the place of evidence-based research in the evidence ecosystem. We have defined the evidence ecosystem largely as all the formal and informal linkages and interactions that are established between different actors, as well as their capacities and resources. All the actors which are involved in the production, translation, and use of evidence. So we have designed our keynotes across these themes, and our 4 keynotes will cover the role of evidence ecosystem in the general evidence ecosystem, and then the evidence-based research and the production of knowledge. The evidence-based research and the synthesis of knowledge would be the 3rd plenary, and the 4th plenary is the evidence-based research and the translation of knowledge. So please note that due to the time differences, as our speakers are coming from all the places of the globe, we have decided to have all the plenaries in the afternoon, starting at 2:30 Central European Standard Time. Good. So before starting today, a few of the house rules. You must probably have already noticed that we're in a webinar mode. The conference is running in the webinar mode rather than in a meeting mode. We also want to let you know that all presentations have been recorded to minimize internet connection issues on the side of the speaker mainly. But we will have a live Q&A session after each presentation, so you'll have plenty of time to interact with oral presenters as well as keynotes. In order to ask your questions, we encourage you to use the chat for asking questions to all presenters. We have 2 chairs for each session, so one of the 2 chairs will look for the questions and make sure that the authors are getting these. We also want to let you know that all of the sessions and the discussions following presentations are going to be lively recorded, as we want to make this available post-conference. You'll find this on the website, so feel free to share and use the videos later and spread the news and the good ideas that are going to be discussed during this conference. We're also very excited this year to have an Early Career Investigator Award. This year, the award committee was composed of Clara Brunhuber, Caroline Blaine, and Robert Priel. And thanks to Clara, the award will be to annual subscriptions to The Lancet. So we're wishing good luck to all presenters, oral and abstract presenters, which are at the beginning of their career. And we're going to announce the winners at the end of the conference. Stay close to us until the end to find out who is going to benefit from the Lancet subscriptions. Definitely, we want you to spread the word and tell everybody what you're finding interesting during our conference. And I'm going to invite Caroline, who is the Science Communication Manager of the project, to say a few words about this.
Thank you, Raluca. Yeah, we're really hoping to get like good interaction on social media and a buzz going around the conference, both to share things between everybody that's here and for those that can't make it as well. So those that aren't familiar with our Twitter, you can find us at EVBRES. I will put a link in the chat as well for people that just want to go sort of straight there. And if you follow that during the conference, we're going to be live tweeting sort of what happens, and there'll also be some useful reminders and updates and things during the conference on Twitter. So I would strongly suggest, if you do have access to Twitter, to follow us there. If you are tweeting about the conference, our hashtag is there. It's EBRConf 2021. So it's a bit long, but it means we're not confused with anything else. So please use that if you're tweeting, and then we will retweet from the EVBRES account, because we'll be able to see your tweets and follow what's happening. If anybody's got any questions about the social media, you can either send a message in the chat and I'll try and answer it, or you can email me. My email's there, carolineblaine@evbres.eu. So yeah, please join us on Twitter as well and get the full experience of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. And also thank you for all the promoting you have done before the conference, constantly sending out the word to the world that we're going to be live these 2 days, today and tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully you're going to enjoy the conference and tell us how it was at the end. And we have prepared an evaluation form that is going to pop up when the webinar ends. Please share with us your ideas. It's important for us to improve for next year's conference. And also for the technical issues, if you experience any, I'm inviting Tele to say a few words, to also see her face, as many of you have already been in contact with her. So Tele.
Hi everyone, good to see you all. I'm a so-called Zoom technician today, so please write me a direct message if there's anything we can help you with. And I wish you all a good conference experience.
Thank you, Tele. So please take a photo just in case something happens. We hope this is not going to be the case, but just in case something happens, these are the contacts of Tele. And this is where my welcoming words are coming to an end, as I'm very pleased to give the floor to Professor Hans Lund, who is the chair of the EVBRES Cost Action, as well as the EVBRES network, and the professor at the Center for Evidence-Based Practice at Western Norway University. So Hans, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Raluca. I'm really looking forward to the program you have arranged for all of us. First, I would like to share with you an opportunity all of you should consider. In the BMC systematic reviews, David Pieper have arranged that we could have a special series of the role of systematic reviews in evidence-based research. So David and I are editing this series, so please consider to submit your presentation held at the conference or any other relevant research to the thematic series. If you subscribe to the EVBRES newsletter, you will also be kept informed about what's going on. So please consider that. And secondly, next slide. Secondly, I'm very happy to announce that the third evidence-based research conference is planned to be in person in a real place in the world, namely in Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. And it will be next year from the 20th to the 24th of June in this week. I think it will be the 20th and 21st for the conference, but there will be also EVBRES cost action arrangement in the same week. So we are really looking forward to that, and we are very grateful to the people from Faculty of Medicine, the Comenius University in Bratislava, for arranging this for us. That's very exciting to have it in person. Yes. So we sincerely hope that you all will enjoy these 2 days of debate and networking. Please do use the chat as much as you can. So now Raluca and I declare that the conference is open for further proceedings, and I hereby give the words to the chairs of the first session, Miloslav Klugar and Michaela Kosticova.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Hans and Raluca, for giving us the word with my co-chair, Michaela. It's an honor for us to start and chair the first session of press conference. Congratulations to our scientific committee led by Raluca for very interesting program and keynote speakers. So the first lecture on the program is coming from Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, USA. It will be presented by, and I hope I will pronounce the name correctly, Yuanxi on behalf of other co-authors who are Shahnaz Khan and Karen Robinson. And the title is A Systematic Review on the Use of Prior Research in Reports of Randomized Clinical Trials. So please, you can play the conference. And as was said, please type your questions into the chat. And there will be space after the lecture for the questions.
Hello, my name is Yuanxi, a postdoc fellow at the Johns Hopkins. Now, I'm presenting our study titled Citation of Prior Research in Reports of Randomized Clinical Trials, a Systematic Review. Sir Newton said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." In the era of evidence-based medicine, if we have seen further, it is by appreciating prior research. Before designing a new study, the evidence-based research method requires a systematic review of earlier similar studies to ensure that the new study can be justified. But there has been evidence suggesting that researchers may ignore prior studies when designing new studies. The use of prior evidence can be reflected in the citation of prior studies. So, the purpose of the current systematic review was to assess the citation of prior studies in reports of RCTs. We had 3 aims. Aim 1 was how many RCTs have cited existing systematic reviews for justification. Aim 2 was when systematic reviews are not available, how many prior RCTs have been cited by subsequent RCTs. Aim 3 was when systematic reviews are not available, how many patients recruited in prior RCTs have been cited by subsequent RCTs. We searched PubMed for eligible studies. 2 of us independently screened the title, abstract, and the full text to confirm the eligibility of included studies. Studies were eligible if they assessed the citation of prior research in a cohort of RCTs and reported empirical and quantitative evidence. We did not find existing tools to assess the reporting quality and the risk of bias of included studies. So we developed a tool specific for the included studies. We conducted meta-analysis for primary outcomes. The strength of evidence was assessed according to the method by the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. The tool for the reporting quality had 6 items. Item 1 was there a well-described and unambiguous aim? Item 2 were the methods well described? Item 3 were all relevant results reported? Item 4 was there a list of included studies in text or appendix or additional file? Item 5 was if studies were excluded, are the exclusions acceptably explained? Item 6 were all phases of the methods transparently described? The tool for the risk of bias assessment has 9 items. Item 1 is there a clear and focused aim? Aim 2 is there a good match between aim and chosen methods? Item 3 was the chosen source the best alternative among others? Item 4 was data collection transparent and unambiguously identified? Item 5 does the classification of variables answers appear unaffected by prior knowledge about the results? Item 6 was an appropriate analysis method chosen? Item 7 were relevant considerations of missing data provided? Item 8 was any possible systematic error or biases taken into consideration in the data collection and or analysis? Item 9 is the conclusion supported by the data? We defined 3 primary outcomes corresponding to 3 indexes. The first one is the systematic review citation index, calculated as the number of RCTs that cited prior systematic reviews divided by the number of RCTs that were eligible to cite prior systematic reviews. The second one is the prior research citation index, calculated as the number of cited prior RCTs divided by the number of prior RCTs that were eligible to cite. The third one is the sample size citation index, calculated as the number of participants in cited RCTs divided by the number of participants that were eligible to cite. Here are 3 examples of how to calculate the 3 indexes. The first example was for the SRCI. A systematic review was published in 2000. Among 10 RCTs published since 2001, 2 cited this systematic review. So the SRCI was calculated as 2 divided by 10 equals 20%. The second example was for the PRCI. 10 similar RCTs were published before 2000. A following RCT published in 2001 cited 3 of them. The PRCI was calculated as 3 divided by 10 equals 30%. The third example was for the SSCI. 10 RCTs were published before 2000. These RCTs recruited 100 participants in total. A following RCT published in 2001 cited 2 of them, including 50 participants. The SSCI was calculated as 50 divided by 100 equals 50%. The literature search retrieved 6 studies from bibliographic databases. 3 were included for the SRCI, and the other 3 were included for the PRCI and SSCI. This table shows the characteristics of the 6 studies. The Robinson study had the largest sample size and was the only study that was not limited to a specific condition. The Hapbury study and the Robinson study were not limited to a specific intervention. The Robinson study and the 7 study do not have restrictions on the comparator, while the other 4 only assessed RCTs using placebo or no treatment as the comparator. The reporting quality of included studies was good, except that 4 did not provide a list of included RCTs, either in text or in the supplement. The risk of bias of included studies was low. The meta-analysis for the SRCI shows that, on average, only 68% of RCTs have cited prior systematic reviews. The meta-analysis for the PRCI shows that when prior systematic reviews are not available, only 21% of prior RCTs have been cited by subsequent RCTs. The meta-analysis for the SSCI shows that when prior systematic reviews are not available, only 24% of participants recruited in prior RCTs have been cited by subsequent RCTs. The strength of evidence for the SICI was moderate because the included studies were limited to a specific condition or intervention. The strength of evidence for the PRCI and the SSCI was high. This review shows that researchers frequently failed to cite prior RCTs. They may fail to appreciate prior evidence when designing new RCTs. In this review, we only found 3 studies for the SRCI. All were limited to a specific condition or intervention. more evidence is needed. For the PICI and SSCI, the included studies assessed RCTs published until 2011. More evidence on recent RCTs is needed. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
And we thank you very much, the speaker, who unfortunately cannot be with us right now. It's quite understandable because the time in US right now is about 4 a.m. However, the questions, I see there were 1 or 2 questions in the chat which came. They will wait for our speaker, and he can answer them actually within the chat later on, because the questions came in a good format with a question, last name, and then the question. So then it will be possible to be answered later. So thank you very much. I think it was very interesting and alarming, showing that actually only 22% of the prior studies were actually used in the later ones. So this was very, I would say, alarming, surprising, and relevant for evidence-based research. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Professor Hans Lund, who is the chair of the EBR's COS-Action. There are many co-authors, so I will not read them all. You can see them all in the abstract book. And Professor Lund is coming from Western Norway University of Applied Science, Bergen, Norway. And his topic is evidence-based research, placing research in the context of existing knowledge, a scoping review. So Hans, the floor is yours.
On behalf of the Evidence-Based Research Network, it is a pleasure for me to present the results from a scoping review called Evidence-Based Research, Placing Research in the Context of Existing Knowledge. The background for this study is that the attention towards redundancy in research is due to the results of meta-research, where a number of these indicate redundancy, and we use that to define the concept of evidence-based research and establish a network to work with this. So to fully understand and acknowledge the problem of redundancy and the use of an EBR approach to avoid this redundancy, we search for all meta-research studies relevant for the EBR concept. We search a number of databases up to June 2015 and updated the search from 2015 to 2021 in June again this year. 2 independent reviewers extracted the data, and the data were descriptively analyzed and presented. Meta-research studies evaluating citation bias can definitely be of relevance for EBR, but will be covered in another scoping review. In this scoping review, we were looking for meta-research studies identifying redundancy of health research and studies evaluating the use of possible solutions to avoid redundancy in health research. We identified more than 30,000 hits, and we read in full text 714 papers, and based upon that we included 66 studies, 66 meta-research studies. 70% of those studies were published after 2010, and 39% of all those included studies were studies crossing all medical fields, even though that a number of other fields also were well represented. So results related to the studies identifying redundancy. We identified 31 studies specifically evaluating redundancy, and they were published between 1981 and 2021. They use primary or original studies as data material, but 5 of them use also systematic review. The metrics used in the studies were primarily based upon cumulative meta-analysis, and the cutoff in a cumulative meta-analysis to define when enough studies has been performed varied a lot. Besides using a cumulative meta-analysis, there was also used a cutoff simply the number of studies published after a guideline indicating a certainty in the evidence for this particular question, or whether a study were published after a trial was stopped early for benefit. Studies evaluating the use of possible solutions to avoid redundancy in health research were 35. They were published between 1997 and 2021. And you can see we have defined 4 different biases that were evaluated. The first bias, study justification bias, was simply whether authors were using a systematic or transparent collection of earlier similar studies when they justify the need for a new study. The end user perspective bias was whether researchers were using the end user's perspective or concerns when they were justifying their study, or maybe even when they were designing the new study. The third bias was the study design bias, where we were looking for, or the studies were looking for, whether authors use earlier similar studies or end users' perspective to design the new study. And finally, the results in context bias simply evaluated whether researchers were using a systematic and transparent approach to present their new results in the context of existing evidence. Remarkable, no study were looking at the end user perspective bias. The data material used in studies evaluate the use of earlier studies or systematic reviews were primarily looking at original studies or primary studies, but in some cases systematic reviews, funding proposals, edit committee proposals, published protocols, and survey of researchers were also used. So the metric used in studies evaluating the use of earlier studies was just like in the redundancy studies, several, but here I will highlight the 3 most used, namely whether original studies were cited, 8 of them, whether a systematic review were used to justify the new study, 18 of them, and whether systematic reviews were used to interpret new results, 6 of them. So in this scoping review, we identified a number of research gaps in meta-research related to the concept of evidence-based research. First and foremost, no studies evaluated the inclusion of end users' perspectives. Secondly, few studies evaluating redundancy in systematic reviews. Many very different cutoff points were used to evaluate if there were redundancy or not. And few studies evaluated the use of systematic reviews when justifying a new study in a edit committee of funding proposal or in published protocol. So the results from the meta-research indicate that almost all studies evaluating redundancy could identify a high or moderate degree of redundancy. There was a number of studies looking whether original studies were used to justify and inform the design of new studies. There was a number of studies showing that poor or no use of systematic reviews were used to justify and or inform the design of a new study. And actually there was very clear indication of poor or no use of systematic review when it comes to place new results in the context of the existing evidence. So the lesson learned from this scoping review. It's a huge challenge, and we faced a number of difficulties in searching for EBR relevant meta research. Thus, we have 30,000 hits in the search and included 66 studies. We also identified challenges related to evaluate the risk of bias in meta research, and we have the understanding or the impression from going over those 66 studies that risk of bias could be a serious problem in some of these meta research studies. There is a need for more meta research designed to evaluate if redundancy in research is a local, for example, within a specific medical field, or a generic problem. No matter where you're looking, there is a fundamental problem with redundancy. This scoping review also justify the preparation of systematic reviews to obtain quantitative results of each of the question. We also identified a number of research gaps, for example, in order to evaluate the characteristics, the prevalence, and the consequences of not using an EBR approach. And as almost all identified studies showed redundancy or poor use of suggested solutions, we can't rule out publication bias, simply meaning that studies not showing that there was redundancy or poor use of a systematic approach were simply not published. We don't know that, but we have this feeling. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hans, for very interesting presentation on the important topic for meta research. And you've got a question. I think you already read it from one of our participants. So please, you can answer. It was a question from Gulkan Tekirli.
Yeah. If I understand it correctly, Gulshan, please correct me in the chat if you disagree. But as I can see it, your point was that whenever a new drug or a new treatment is going to be implemented in a specific country, the medical authorities in this country demands that there was being performed at least one local study in this country before they can approve the treatment or the drug in this country. And I think this is one of several reasons. Oh, thank you, Gulsen. Yeah, this is one of several reasons that we have this redundancy and waste in research, that there is not full acceptance of international studies. And I think that there's only one thing to state, that is clearly the need for systematic reviews that could more carefully look into what is the right way to put it, to look into the different contexts and maybe make some subgroup analysis in the systematic review to show that it could also be worthwhile to use this drug in another context than maybe in a Western country and compared to maybe an African country or South American country. So that could be a way to solve this problem, to take advantage of the opportunities we have in a systematic review. Because I really think that this is a serious problem you're raising. So thank you for that. Hope my answer could give a little idea, maybe not fully, but I try.
Yeah, I think that Gulkan is satisfied with your very good answer. So thank you for it. Please, everyone, you can type your question to the chat. We have a bit of time, which is very good news. So in the meantime, I will have a question to Hans. Please feel free to type your question into the chat or raise your hand so we can give you the word as well. So Hans, thank you for bringing this research of your scoping review. You identified several challenges in there within the work. So what do you think is the most important challenge towards the use of evidence-based research? What would be, I know that important are all, however, what will be the most important from your point of view based on the results of the scoping review, or what actually should be implemented?
I think that even though that 39% of the included studies were not looking at a specific medical field, most of the study were looking at a specific field. And I think that many of the study, if not all, many of the study were only, in quotation mark, prepared because there was some very good researchers who had realized a problem within their specific area. So they were very eager to make sure that the right treatment is available for the patient, and we're not using wasteful resources in something that we already know. But they were not thinking about the totality of health research. And I think what we need is meta-research trying to figure out what is the problem across all the medical fields, across the different professional fields, across different countries. Do we have a generic problem here? I think this scoping review clearly indicates that we have a generic problem, but I can't state that we have a certainty that we have a generic problem. So we need to make sure of that, first of all, to know how we should approach this, how to promote a better way to do research, but also, secondly, to monitor the progress. Are we changing the way we are performing research? Can we minimize the amount of wasteful research or redundant research? So we really need the meta-research to show if it's a local or a generic problem, and we need it to monitor what's going on in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very helpful. And in the meantime, we have the question from Parisa Gazerani. So the question is, would you please explain the cutoff? Is there any standard, or is that defined based on study characteristics?
Yes, that's a core problem and a very good question. And actually, no one knows what is the best way to deal with this, because if you are, for example, I'm not sure if all are familiar to a cumulative meta-analysis, and the benefit of a cumulative meta-analysis is that for each new study, you can see the total synthesis of all the, you can see the parameter for all the earlier studies plus the new one. So you can follow the progress if you have it in from the oldest first and to the earlier later. And in that way, you can see that there might be some redundancy, because a new study, maybe number 43 or 44, do not really change the estimate or the confidence interval. But when can you, if you are planning to do a new research, and that's really, this is, retrospectively when you're doing a cumulative meta-analysis, typically. But when you are having a question for a new research project, you need to figure out, is there a need for yet another? Or do we have certainty? And of course, we can use, in some way, we can use the grading of the evidence and state if we have some sort of certainty or not, but that's still maybe some qualitatively approach where you can still argue that, okay, I need to do my study, so we need a more quantitatively approach. And for years, a lot of research have suggested several different approaches. for example, a sequential meta-analysis or trial sequential analysis, or the p-value or the prediction interval, or whatever you can come up with. But most of those is biased towards a frequency approach, namely yes or no, which is also the reason that the grading approach is very helpful. So we need to have a more comprehensive approach when we are making a cutoff or stating, prospectively, for you as a researcher, should I do the study or not? So we are actually planning in Bergen. We are having a postdoc affiliated to Bergen, and he will look at a completely new approach that we will try to figure out if that could be helpful. And this approach will include the thinking behind the grading of the evidence and another statistical approach called the Bayesian approach. So that's the way we are trying to solve this, but we fully agree this is really very, very important question. And we can't state for clear, this is the cutoff you should use. You need to argue with several elements and factors involved.
Yeah, thank you, Hans, for a very comprehensive answer to this issue. I see that Parisa is also satisfied with the answer, so thank you very much. And getting information for all of you, even in the meantime, you can still ask the questions into the chat for Hans later on. Even we are in the next parts, and we'll be able to answer you during the next session as well. So thank you very much, Hans. Thank you all who actively participated so far. And it is my great pleasure to invite our next speaker, our colleague Birgitte Nørgaard, coming from the University of Southern Denmark, Odense, Denmark. And there are also several co-authors of this presented work, which has a title, Key Components to Inform Study Design Are Rarely Used, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Meta-Research Studies. So Birgitte, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for attending this presentation. My name is Birgitte Nørgaard, and I'll present the work of an international EBR working group. The study is entitled Key Components to Inform Study Design Are Rarely Used, a Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis of Meta-Research Studies. Besides myself, the group includes Eva Draborg, Jan Andreasen, Carsten Juhl, Jennifer Joost, Clara Brunhuber, Karen Robinson, and Hans Lund. We have been working on this study for a couple of years and are now very close to submitting the study as a paper. It has been pointed out for decades that the scientific and ethical justification for new research should be based on previous knowledge to increase the quality of new research and minimize redundancy. So careful consideration of specific population, clear definition of the intervention, non-biased comparison and relevant outcomes are paramount when research studies are designed. And previous systematic reviews are an important information source to ensure that the research is designed to increase end-user value and to provide reliable answers through a rigorous and valid design. The aim of our systematic review and meta-analysis was to identify and synthesize meta-research studies assessing the use of systematic reviews to inform the design of new clinical health study. We applied the definition of meta-research by Ioannidis as is the study of research itself, its methods, reporting, reproducibility, evaluation, and incentives. The highlights of the methods were an a priori protocol registered by Open Science Framework, which remained unchanged during the review except from adjustments of the risk of bias tool. Our search strategy was designed to include 6 evidence syntheses and thus very broad and complex. From the listed databases, we included meta-research studies evaluating the use of systematic reviews when designing new original studies in clinical health research. Study selection, data extraction, and risk of bias was conducted independently by 2 researchers. And we carried out both a narrative synthesis and a meta-analysis. Regarding risk of bias, we had some challenges. As a thorough search did not identify any standard tool available to evaluate the risk of bias of empirical meta-research studies, the editorial group of Evidence-Based Research Network defined 6 items assessing reporting quality and 12 items assessing risk of bias, all rated yes, no, or unclear. However, through thorough and continuous testing, the lists were adjusted, rephrased, and revised, resulting in 10 items assessing risk of bias, rated high risk of bias, low risk of bias, or unclear risk of bias, and reporting quality was omitted. And now to the results. We included a total of 16 studies, of those 12 in the meta-analysis. The studies origin from various countries, including United Kingdom, United States, Switzerland, Canada, Croatia, and Denmark. Overall, they applied a cross-sectional design, and we furthermore included 2 surveys. The studies included various material, however, most included RCTs. 2 studies included proposals funded, and 1 study included proposals approved by research ethics committees, and 1 study did not specify this further than simply publications. The studies were published over a range of years from 2005 to 2021. And the amount of included studies varied substantially too, from 27 studies to over 600 studies. Regarding risk of bias, the studies were overall rated positively despite heterogeneous quality. However, we found that 14 did not present a publicly available protocol or data. 11 presented no argument for choosing their data source. 4 had no or poor discussion of limitations. 2 presented no argument for choosing their variables, when 1 study had an unclear match between aim and methods. And finally, in 1 study, we found that the conclusion was not supported by data. The use of SRs to inform study design varied substantially in the included studies, from 100% to 0%, with a mean of 30%. Regarding the specific design components informed by previous SRs, 6 of the 16 studies investigated that. This could be population, intervention, outcome, sample size, adverse events, duration of follow-up, information of standard deviation, and justification of treatment comparison. The most frequent design component informed by SR was treatment comparison. We acknowledge some limitations of our study, including the fact that the included studies tend to search high-ranking journals, and also the surveys with self-reported data and the protocols funded or approved might include biases. Furthermore, our search was very complex and we had no unique search terms. Our choice of high sensitivity caused a lot of noise in our search results. Also, the heterogeneity among our included studies was a challenge for our analysis, as some studies evaluated the proportion of included studies using SR to inform study design, whereas some evaluated the proportion of SR citations in method sections of the included studies, which weakened the meta-analysis. However, we found that key components to inform study design are rarely used. The field of clinical health research is characterized by a pronounced degree of variability regarding the extent to which systematic reviews are used to guide the design. We recommend continued and improved efforts to promote an evidence-based approach towards research design, including a deliberate and systematic use of previous systematic reviews when the new clinical studies are designed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Birgitte and the team for bringing for us this meta-analysis of meta-research studies. I see that within the chat, there is now one question from Hans Lund. So the question is, can you elaborate upon how a systematic review can inform the design?
Well, yes, our assumption is that, or our the rationale behind our design is that the design of a study should be informed by previous systematic reviews concerning the specific design elements. And as mentioned, it could be either sample size, it could be comparison, or population, or maybe even the specific designs, the specific design, whether further RCTs are needed, or you are going to a more like applied research design. So this is how we work with this.
Thank you very much. In terms of the optimal information size, which you suggested, what would be the suggestion to authors to use the previous work, for example, from systematic reviews?
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat the first part of your question? I didn't.
Yes. Regarding the optimal information size, you said that this is how we should use the results to be able to identify if current evidence actually reached the optimal information size or not. So how would you suggest to use the results in terms of the fulfilling the optimal information size of the future studies?
The information size?
Yes.
Well, I'm frankly, I need to say that I simply don't understand your question. So maybe I need some help from some of my co-authors, please. Or maybe you were able to rephrase it. So from my understanding.
I can rephrase it. So the sample size, right?
The sample size. Okay. Well, yes. Well, this is regarding the. Well, in fact, I can say from our systematic review, this information. We cannot tell from our review, but I can say that our assumptions or the rationale behind our systematic review regarding the sample size is that if you look at previous SRs providing information about the specific intervention or comparison group, whatever it is, and maybe the presumed difference you can have with a new intervention. This should be informed by the previous SRs. So this is more or less, our assumptions behind that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So based on these results, you will be able to see what is the incidence, prevalence, or effectiveness, depends on the type of study, and you will be able to calculate what will be the optimal information size. So that's what I understood. So thank you very much for answering my question. And the other question would be that you went through a lot of systematic reviews within your study. And I'm sorry if I missed it, but what was the number of systematic reviews who actually had a priori published protocol before the systematic review? Do you know this number?
Yes, I'm not quite sure if I remember it, but I can find it. But I guess it is out of the 16 included study, we found information about a published protocol in only 2 of the studies.
Only 2?
2, yeah, only 2 studies.
I see. This is very alarming when we put it in the context how long we have the PRISMA guidance on this, and of course the Cochrane and GPI advocating strongly for a priori publishing protocols.
Yeah, so, I agree, and also because we in our risk of bias, we use this item as kind of a proxy for assessing whether the study was affected by prior knowledge or not. So yes, it is alarming, I think. So, and in fact, maybe a quite easy thing to do a priori.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe to our audience, can you suggest what would be the ideal for registering or publishing systematic review protocols? What are the ideal databases or journals, for example?
Well, I'm not sure I'm the right one to say that, but my own experience is that for this, because it's a meta research study, we used the open science framework. It was not easy. It was not possible for us to use the Prospero. So, but in other systematic reviews, we have used Prospero.
Yeah, very good suggestion, Prospero, right? And there are also a few journals who are actually accepting protocols to be published as well, but we do the same as you said, OSF or Prospero if possible. Okay, thank you very much. And there is a question from Parisa Gazerani. So the question is, many survey type studies are conducted in different languages and would be difficult to assess the quality. So they appear as high heterogeneity in some medical fields. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I think I need to have the rest of the question again.
It's a long question, so you can read it in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe it's two questions within. So if the question also regards the different languages, so I can say that in our review, we only included studies published in English. But whether this is answered, I'm not quite sure. In fact, we had some quite, I guess I can say, quite big issues with our risk of bias tool, and it was subject to a lot of discussions in the co-author group, and it's not an easy task to sort of develop a risk of bias tool within the making. So I guess we have kind of settled that in a state of the best possible by now situation, I think. So this risk of bias tool definitely needs some more attention afterwards, and I think we have recognized that this is so big a job that it needs its own study. So we simply need to conduct a study focusing specifically on a risk of bias tool for meta-research studies. So I'm not quite sure if this was answered to your question, but yeah, we really acknowledge that this is a weak point, but also we did the best we could in the situation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's a still issue in a systematic reviews and perhaps also in a meta research with other languages than English. I mean, in terms of probably you can answer it that within your pool of systematic reviews, maybe you can remind how many were actually searching also for other languages, not just English, but actually were searching to some other. Do you recall that the percentage of the systematic reviews were searching for other languages than English as well?
Well, not in this specific case, but in other reviews, we often see studies in other languages. But in this case, I had the what we call the gross list. So I myself wasn't part of the initial search and the initial screening. So I'm afraid I can't answer this question. But maybe Hans, if you're there, Hans, maybe you can add some details for the.
Yes, yes, thank you very much, because I fully agree that there's a huge need for having the risk of bias when it comes to meta research. And when we looked upon in the scoping review, of course we were not evaluating the risk of bias, but we were reading the papers and having an impression of the quality. And our understanding is that if we are really looking into the details, there are some big challenges here for meta research. There's really no good guidelines on how to perform it. And there's really no risk of bias tool related to meta research, even though that, of course, when you're performing meta research, you will often use this, the same approaches as in other kinds of research. But as it is research on research, you need specific aspects of the risk of bias to consider. So I know that we are actually in the network planning an application for support to this kind of work to prepare such a tool. Hope that answered it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Birgitte. Thank you, Hans, for this work. And now it's my pleasure to give the word to my co-chair, Dr. Michaela Kosticova from Faculty of Medicine at Comenius University Bratislava. So Michaela, handling the word to you.
Thank you, Miloslav. Now we are switching to a poster session. We have two posters or presentations here. First one is from Ida Svege from Oslo Metropolitan University in Oslo, and her colleague Jan Ole Hesselberg and Axel Mjos. and it will be about the Kavli Trust Programme on health research, which is a funding program developed and designed to enhance evidence-based research and minimize research waste. So please, Ida, stage is yours.
Hi there, my name is Ida Svege, and thank you for the opportunity to share our ideas and work with you. I will present the Kavli Trust Programme on Health Research, a funding program developed and designed to enhance evidence-based research and minimize research waste. It has been estimated that about 85% of all health research is avoidably wasted. Several factors contribute to this, including unpublished research, wrong design and poor methods, and biased and unusable reports. Also, many researchers choose the wrong research questions. They pay too little attention to the existing evidence when planning for new studies, and there is a large mismatch between what the research needs of clinicians and patients and the preferences of the researchers. According to Chalmers and his co-workers, research funders have primary responsibility for reductions in waste resulting from decisions about what research to grant. They recommend that funders should demand that proposals are justified by systematic reviews of what is already known, and that funders should consider engaging users in prioritization, make demands on the grantees, and to evaluate and share information about their own processes and portfolios. Based on this, the Kavli Trust wanted to develop a funding program using measures to identify and prioritize evidence gaps in order to enhance the potential relevance of research. First, the board decided that the program should target child and adolescent mental health. This was based on evaluations of disease burden, funding patterns, and the foundation's mission and strategy. Second, they engaged researchers to design a stepwise approach to identify evidence gaps and prioritize their importance. This process was inspired by the priority setting partnerships developed by the James Lind Alliance, but it was adapted and customized to be feasible in a funder's setting. Third, annual calls for proposals were announced and a two-step peer-reviewed application process was established. In the first step, experienced researchers identified evidence gaps based on systematic reviews. Second, the users provided feedback on which of the evidence gaps that were most important to close. And then the top-ranked evidence gaps were included in the call for proposals, and research groups who wanted to apply for funding had to address one or more of the evidence gaps. A two-step peer review process was applied, and the grantees were committed to pre-registration, to open access publication, and to involve users in the research process. Results. From 2017 to 2020, we had annual calls, each comprising 8 to 11 evidence gaps for the researchers to address. 2,000 to 3,000 systematic reviews were screened, and a total of 103 evidence gaps were identified. In total, 6 user organizations and about 700 individual users participated in the prioritization of the gaps. 145 proposals were submitted, 24 to 56 in each call, and a total of 10 Nordic and UK projects were granted a total of 9.5 million euros. Most projects were clinical trials investigating treatment effects. The annual cost of running the program was approximately 75,000 euros. Our conclusions are that the process is thorough but still feasible from a funder's perspective. The program has some limitations, but it enables the Kavli Trust to support relevant research and hopefully avoid research waste. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ida, for a very nice presentation very nice to hear that state funding agencies are focusing on evidence-based research, and you have a 5 years experience. We have one question in the chat from Caroline Blaine. It's the question is, do you have any information on how this compares to previous process? And before, sorry, and there is one more. So first one is from Caroline, yes.
So what the Kavli did previously before designing this program, I guess. Well, they had a more outgoing approach. They didn't invite probable or research environments to send application, but they were outgoing and trying to identify researchers working on this topic, and also invited some researchers who they were aware of to apply or to prepare a protocol. So it was not an open call, and they received much more limited number of applications, of course, and also to a more limited geographical area. So this was a complete different approach for the Kavli Trust.
Thank you. I see there are a lot of questions. Probably this presentation is very like a good example from the practice. Very, very interesting. So maybe I start. There's a question from Hans. How did the Kavli Foundation define an evidence gap?
Yeah, so we decided to define an evidence gap as an evidence gap that was based on a systematic review. So something that was outlined in the conclusion part or similar in a systematic review. And that was done primarily based on pragmatic reasons. We had limited money to use on that part of the process, and what we wanted to achieve was to identify evidence gaps that were real evidence gaps, but we were of course aware of that we could not cover all possible evidence gaps within the field.
Okay, the other question, David Piper. How long did it take to identify the evidence gaps, and what was your methodological approach to this?
So we engaged 3 experienced researchers, 1 librarian also included in those 3. The librarian did the searches. Before she did the searches, we decided on the inclusion and exclusion criteria. She did the searches, and afterwards, 2 of the 3 people in the expert group screened all of the identified systematic reviews. And following the screening process, we met and had a consensus meeting where we discussed the ones that they did not agree on. And in the following, we went through all those that were supposed to be included and tried to figure out if they represented actual evidence gaps. And you can read more about the process. We have prepared a method section and the results for each of the years that we have done this process, because we do updates each year. And if you go into kavli.no, you can read more about the process.
Thank you, Ida. And yes, I see that also Yuanxi joined our conversation, but I think we have some more time, so maybe there are some questions, and I see that some more. So from Parisa, what is the main challenges of this approach? And this is also my question. You mentioned some limitations. So what are these limitations? And yes.
Well, of course, from a small funder's point of view, we had to avoid spending too much money because we want to use the money for the projects. So we don't want to use too much money on the administration part of this process. So we have, of course, done a few. We have simplified the process very much, and of course, this will end up with us leaving out some of the evidence gaps that, of course, are important in the field, and that is maybe the main limitation and the main thing people tell us that we should do something about. So we are looking into ways of how to also include evidence gaps that are not based on systematic reviews, or at least the ones we identify through our searches. And we have actually also invited users to suggest evidence gaps and then check them off with the existing literature. But this has been done to a more limited extent. Also, I think when we look at all these systematic reviews, there are of course some systematic reviews of lower quality and with a very narrow scope, or maybe too large scope for them to be usable in our setting. With regard to the user involvement part, we are, of course, happy that so many people have contributed and given us feedback on what they think is important to address. But we cannot, we are not sure that if we really meet the right people in the user prioritization part. And if those who are engaged in treating these patients and also are being the patient themselves are actually contributing as much as we would like them to.
Okay, and I think, and also I see from Jan Ole there is a link for this program. If somebody is interested, there are more information over there. Thank you. And I think there is one more question here about end users. Yeah, maybe who were the end users and how did you define the end users?
What was the first part, Michaela?
Sorry. It's about yes, that the end users were involved in prioritizing this research gap. So the question is, as I understand, it's from yes, Narges Malik. Who were these end users? How did you define these end users?
So we wanted to involve actually three groups of end users: the patients themselves, but of course, due to age, we only invited those who were older than 15 years. And we also invited their parents or other carers and health professionals working with these people or these patients. And I think with regard to the 700 individual user feedback forms, it was about 1/3 from each group, maybe a little less from the patients group, but that's of course from being young people. That is, yeah, that was what we expected.
Okay, thank you. I think yes, you answered this question. Yeah, some more from Jan Ole, some add here. I see, yes, and the identification and prioritization of the evidence gaps included in the current call is described in this document. Okay, so there are some more information. Yes, yeah. Thank you. Very also inspired for our country. Yes, this is what is quite important to have this approach in funding agencies. Okay, so yes, we have a. Yes, we are running time, but I think that yes, there is an answer from Yuanxi, yeah, on the question, which was one question I think from Hans on the first presentation. My question is if you are satisfied with the answer, or are we going to discuss more? This is regarding first. Yeah. I think there is an answer in the chat on the Yeah, so we will maybe come back after the last presentation. There are some other questions. Okay, thank you very much, Ida. Yes, and we are continuing further. I think that this will be also a very nice example of the other program, because Ida is a co-author of the next presentation. And this poster presentation will be presented by Sally Crowe, and it is about needs-led research approach from PhD studies at Oslo Metropolitan University, OsloMet in Norway, learning from a cohort of PhD candidates and their contribution to the evidence ecosystem. And the co-author with Sally Crowe, who is from Crowe Associates in Oxford, is Ida Svege, Heidi Onstad, Solvi Helzet, and Ro Jansberg, her Norwegian colleague. So please.
Thank you for inviting us to share our needs-led research approach for health science PhD studies at Oslo Met University in Norway. My name is Sally Crowe, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the team who are listed below in this slide. Needs-led research from our perspective is about making PhD studies that will be more interconnected with clinical, educational, and community settings, and also crucially reflect current evidence. And the aim of this initiative was to connect healthcare research and healthcare practice by building bridges between three distinct settings and communities. The first was between academic settings and healthcare and community settings. The second is between people that produce research evidence and those that use it or maybe not. And finally, between those that provide health services and those that use health services. So we call this our Bridge Builder project. It has three underpinning concepts. The first is evidence-based practice, where practitioners combine up-to-date evidence as well as professional and service user experiences and preferences to shape care and treatment. The second, which you'll be very familiar with, is evidence-based research. And in this context, it is where our PhD students acknowledge and build on existing evidence base and identify evidence gaps. And finally, our third concept is stakeholder involvement. And here we mean healthcare practitioners, and especially the public and users of health services, who have a say about the direction of the future PhD research, so that it reflects identified and important stakeholder needs. This is the main part of our poster presentation, and it concerns the progress we've made so far. So to remind you, the context for this initiative is a 5-year health sciences PhD program with 8 candidates from a range of health and social care settings, as you can see. 60% of the time they do their academic studies, and the 40% of the time they combine clinical or community roles, specifically teaching and supervising colleagues and staff and students in implementing evidence-based practice. All of our students have had to learn and deploy new skills in stakeholder involvement or build on those they already had. And this is around working in different ways with different groups of people using different methods, and we've listed some here. It's also been incredibly important for them to build relationships and networks, both for the initial phase of their PhD, needs-led research, which I'll come on to in a minute, but also as the PhD research gets underway. And as we all know, in 2020, COVID has got in the way of this important work, and we must congratulate the students on managing to take all of their stakeholder involvement online and continue to do this work during the pandemic. In terms of needs-led research, the progress is complete. The initial 9 to 12 months of the PhD program was spent identifying, prioritizing, and building their PhD research question or questions with their stakeholders. Some students have departed significantly from the original scope of their PhD studies. Others have had similar questions prioritized to their starting ideas. And it's been important as a cohort of students, but also as a team, to reflect on these changes and how students and supervisors feel about them. The fourth element of progress has been evidence-based research. And again, this is complete in the PhD programme. All the students have planned and completed reviews of existing evidence, focusing specifically on systematic reviews, noting where there was low quality evidence and gaps in relation to the scope of their PhD research. And finally, they are now in the stage of doing their PhD research. And we've listed here some examples of questions and areas for exploration in their studies. And you can see how diverse they are. Two of our students have published academic papers of their needs-led research process and outcomes, and we've listed the links there for those people that want to follow up. There is also a paper in press about the whole model, which we have described and rationalized, and we're just waiting for peer review of that. And then finally, the whole team are learning from this experience, and we aim to publish results of the whole PhD programme in due course. Many thanks for your attention, and we look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Sally. Also very interesting example about the program, like a bridge model between stakeholders, PhD students, and evidence-based research. And yes, I'm looking in the chat, and we have one question. Yes, you mentioned that some students have departed from the original topic or research question, and the question is here from Hans: why did they depart from original scope? What about, and the second maybe, what about the stakeholders' interest?
Thanks, Michaela, and thanks, Hans, for the question. I think all the students came into the PhD programme with a focus of their research, and one of the things they had to do was to offer that out to stakeholders, some of whom were patients and service users, and some who were health professionals and practitioners. And through a process of user involvement, and I talked in the presentation, there were different methods, and these were meetings, workshops, conversations, etc. The PhD students then had to listen to that feedback and then decide if their original research idea reflected the needs of the people that they had interacted with. And if it didn't, they then had to rethink what they were going to do. And for some of the students, this was a departure from their original idea. And for others, it was more aligned to where they started, but they gathered contextual information, other information that would help the research. So actually, the PhD studies have been very responsive to stakeholder views and interests, but there is a tension between how much you travel between your original idea and what your stakeholders would like to see. And I think the students have managed that process really well together with their supervisors.
Yes, maybe.
It's probably worth saying that the processes the students used were inspired by the James Lind Alliance model. They didn't adhere to all the methodology, but they adapted it for their own use. But that was where they started their reading and thinking about their user involvement processes.
Yeah, thank you. And also thank you, Caroline. Yes, you put the link into the chat. These are probably the published studies from, yes, from your PhD or PhD students. And okay, and there are some more questions. There is from my colleague Sylvia from my university. Yes, we know that the PhD programs differ across the countries. And her question is, how is the design of those PhD study program, if they works on his or own thesis, or it is some kind of research group of the project? What's the kind of cooperation?
Okay. I'm just going to invite Ida to jump in if I get this wrong, Ida. I know that you're on the panel still. Each student had a academic supervisor and a clinical supervisor, and they also set up a planning group or a steering group made up of people that they thought had a stake in their process, in their research, and were interested in the end results of their research. I don't know how much that differs from normal PhDs as outside Norway, but to me that seems a very sensible way to go forward. They also had the support of the OsloMet team, and I think Ida can probably say a little bit more about that, because obviously I'm not in Norway. Ida, do you want to say anything about how the management of the PhD, this part of the PhD, was done at OsloMet?
I can just add that, yes, they were all involved in a research group consisting of their supervisors and also others outside the main supervising team. But they had their time frame differed from the original PhD runs here in Norway. So they had 5 years instead of 3 years. But in those 5 years, they were also doing other more clinically based work.
Yeah, yes. Thank you. And maybe the last we have here is about stakeholders. If there is the local or regional stakeholders here, or it is like a wider perspective of, from the view of stakeholders, or from some kind of international collaboration. So,
okay. That's a good question. Thank you for that. So essentially, this was a Norway-based program, and I think the evidence-based research part of it would have taken in evidence internationally. And certainly the students were looking for other existing priority sets in their area of interest and other relevant research that would inform their PhD question problemation, I think you call it, and then eventual decision making around the question. But I think in terms of working with people, it was very much local and regional. So that might be groups of patients or end users associated with a particular community setting or a particular condition. I know that some of the students used opportunities at conferences, Norway-based conferences, to canvass opinion of health professionals, and that would have been across the whole country. So it sort of differed, I think, and I suspect that the students had to make decisions in their working about how deep and far they talked to people and heard about their needs. So I think that would have been a definite decision taken by the students and their team about how much effort. But as Ida has already said, they had this extra time in the program to do this work. It was unfortunate that the pandemic did make them have to alter some of the ways they were going to work with their stakeholders, which was a shame. But they still carried on.
Yes, interesting to hear. There are one more question. I'm just looking at the time, and maybe now I give a little bit time to Yuanxi, because I'm very happy that according to the different time he's here, so we can switch on the camera and maybe the answer the question which was I think said by Hans. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Here, and thank you, Sally. There is one question. Maybe you can read in the chat, and yeah, can answer in the chat. Thank you. Okay, nice to meet you here. I think there is an answer and discussion in the chat. I would maybe like to ask to repeat, because there's a very specific question for me. So if you, Yuanxi, can you repeat and answer it? And yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Is that the one, like the PICI and about the PICI and SRCI? The question from Hans. Yeah. So basically, there are 6 studies included, and each one only evaluated either SICI, SRCI, or PICI. So they only did one of them.
Maybe I just could add, my point here was You know, when you are looking at the concept of evidence-based research, if you have all the original studies, but you only have maybe an old or very few are using systematic review, what would you consider to be the best situation? That should you try to look for the systematic review? Maybe they are old or maybe not perfect, but is that better than having all the earlier similar studies?
Yeah, so we prefer high quality and up-to-date systematic reviews, but such reviews are not always available. So when such reviews are not available, and we prefer the researchers to do one by themselves. However, they may not have the time or resources or expertise to do one. So sometimes, we think citing individual trials may be acceptable. Mm. Yeah, but that's not the best way.
I mean, my point is also that your study actually are highlighting a challenge you can face as a researcher, that you maybe are say, oh, there's no systematic review here. Should I prepare a systematic review, or should I simply, in quotation mark, use or just read all the earlier similar studies? And I think I agree with you that it would even be better if you could find someone to help you to prepare a systematic review rather than simply read all the studies. There can be many, and that could be a challenge too. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the answer here. And we have some more minutes maybe for the discussion. So maybe if Ida is still here, sorry to call you back, but yeah, or yeah, and also yes, Ida, and yes,
I'm here.
Okay, so, Eddie, and yeah, so Sally. So because there is a question, one more question, and it is a discussion about the PhD programs around maybe the countries, and there is one more from Miloslav about how it's accepted by your university PhD program, the evidence synthesis as the main part of the PhD thesis. Because we have also a big discussion. It is like in some universities it is supported, in some not. It is something which is not very typical to have a evidence synthesis like in the thesis.
Can I go first, Ida? I think this is a great question because I think it gets to the crux, the central point of this program, which was it was going to challenge the university, both in terms of doing a PhD in a slightly different way and getting the students to learn new skills in both evidence-based research, but also in user involvement. My sense as someone looking outside in was that actually there was support for the students, and there is leadership for this approach from some of the faculty leaders who are co-authors on this poster. But I take the wider point that this is culture change, and that presents challenges. So I'll stop there because I'm not in OsloMet and I don't work there, but that's my external view. Ida.
Yeah, I think it has been challenging, but what is fair to say is that these 8 PhD students involved in this program did apply for this particular setting together with their supervisors and others in their research group. So they were aware of course, aware of this happening and what they were engaging with. But I'm not sure if it wouldn't have been that clear if it wasn't something that they actually applied for initially. And it is also fair to say that there has been some difficulties along the way because it's a new way to work. It's a new way to do research or to initiate research, especially for those who are have been involved in research in many years in OsloMet. So.
Okay, Hans, yes, has the other question, maybe continue. So it was only possible for the 8 PhD students. It was a special case then, or why this 8 PhD students?
Can I answer that, Sally? Yeah, it was designed as a project. So there were 8 positions. There were money for 8 positions, and we used them in this way. But there has been other PhD students at the OsloMet doing similar approaches also. So that is up to each PhD student and her team, his or her team, to decide. So that has also been done outside this project.
Yeah, thank you. And also, I see in your conclusion that it is some potential risk for the institution to have such kind of program. So, can you mention what you mean? That the risk for the institution, or there is another here that it needs to change the academic culture. So, it is the same situation at your universities, or that is a big challenge, or what is the risk for the institution?
I'll comment on the user involvement element of that first, Michaela, if I may. So one of the things I did when I first got involved with this program was look for the literature around PhD studies and user involvement, and there's very little published. So there aren't many PhD students that are describing processes that where they work with stakeholders and users in the process of their PhD research, which I was interested in. It may be that it's happening and they're not publishing, which is a shame. So that's the first challenge, was the students they didn't have a lot of evidence in that area to base their thinking and ideas on. And that's where there was quite a detailed program of learning and support for the students to fill that gap, really. I'm not so sure about the evidence-based research side of things either. I don't know about that, but that was a real challenge, I think.
Yeah, and as I see, I agree with Clara here, with what you put in the chat, that yes, that is excellent use of resources done, Sally, and hope the publication about this program will have the impact on other PhD programs it deserves. And I agree with this. This is also a great example. Yeah.
Very good. And I see that Diane Rosen raised the hand. I think, Michaela, we have a time for one more question. So it could be a direct question from the client. So please unmute your microphone, Diane, and you can ask your question if this was not by accident. Okay, she wrote that it was a mistake. Anyway, so word back to Michaela.
So there is some more maybe minutes to, if any questions to any presentations. Do you have, you can raise the hand, ask, or yes, any way you wish to put these questions. And yeah. Yes. Okay, maybe we wait for, yes, there is one hand. No. Okay.
I think it was Joanna.
Joanna, yeah. Yeah.
Joanna Zaya. So Joanna, please, you can unmute yourself.
That was a mistake.
It was a mistake. Okay, so it's seems challenging anyway. Good to hear you, Joanna. I think since there is no more questions, we are finishing a little bit ahead of time, which I think is good news. Every time to have a little bit more time for the break. So there are a few more minutes, and I don't see anyone else is raising hand. So thank you very much to all our speakers, all our colleagues in the discussions, and looking forward to other sessions, and the closing word to Michaela.
Yes, so thank you for the interesting presentation and also good example from the practice. It's very good to hear, and enjoy the other part of the date, and now also enjoy your break. Thank you, Miloslav, for the cooperation, and yes, thank you to all. Yeah, so now we have yes, just to close, so we have now, yes, according to the program, there is a break and the break will finish at 11:40. So now you have more than 20 minutes for the break. So we will be back in 11:40. So enjoy your coffee. Bye.
Dear participants, welcome to the second EBR conference also from my side. My name is Janja Marc. I'm coming from University Ljubljana from Slovenia and will chair this session with my co-chair, Joanna Zajec from Jagiellonian University Medical College, Krakow, Poland. This second morning session today includes 5 lectures, 15 minutes presentation with 5 minutes, which is reserved for discussion. You are kindly invited to write your question related to the presentation into the chat. If there will be more questions in the chat, all presenters are kindly invited to answer these unanswered questions. For those we will not have enough time in discussion to answer in chat immediately after the closing this session. But let's start. It's my privilege to introduce our first presenters in this session. The lecture entitled Redundant Randomized Trial Hurting Patient with Acute Myocardial Infarction, a comparison between the China mainland and the United States, will be presented by Yuanxi from Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore, USA. Please, microphone is yours.
Hello, my name is Yuanxi Jia, a postdoc fellow at Johns Hopkins. Now, I'm presenting our study titled The Crisis of Redundant Clinical Trials, a comparison between China and the United States. RCTs may use placebo or no treatment as control. Such RCTs can be justified only if there is no effective treatment. If the experimental treatment has been proved beneficial to patients, new RCTs comparing this treatment to placebo or no treatment may be redundant. In our prior study, we assessed RCTs in China comparing statins to placebo or no treatment among patients with coronary artery disease. We compared the number of major adverse cardiac events experienced by patients in the control group and those in the statin group. This figure shows the temporal distribution of these RCTs. The earliest RCT was initiated in 1990, and the latest one was initiated in 2018. In 2007, a clinical practice guideline for coronary artery disease was published by the Chinese Medical Association. In this guideline, statins was strongly recommended to all patients with coronary artery disease. However, since 2008, a lot of new RCTs have been initiated. We considered these new RCTs as redundant. In total, we found 2,000 and 45 redundant clinical trials. Almost 100,000 patients were treated in the control group without statins. These patients have experienced 3,470 more MACE than those in the statin group, including 559 deaths. In other words, these MACE could have been prevented if patients in the control group were given statins. This study did not answer the following two questions. The first one is whether statins was a special case because of their close ties to the industry. The second one is whether such redundancy also exists in other countries besides China. So we designed the current study to assess RCTs comparing one of the 4 treatments to placebo or no treatment among patients with ST segment elevation myocardial infarction. Besides statins, we also included 3 more treatments. They were reperfusion therapy, including percutaneous coronary intervention, and fibrinolytic therapy, dual antiplatelet therapy, including aspirin and P2Y12 receptor inhibitors, and anticoagulation therapy. Besides China, we also assessed the United States, the only country that publishes a similar number of scientific publications as China. Same as our prior study, we used clinical practice guidelines to define redundant RCTs. Take reperfusion therapy as an example. The first guideline strongly recommending reperfusion therapy in China was published in August 2010. Then we used August 2011 as the cutoff time point. RCTs that were initiated earlier but continued recruiting new patients after this time point were considered partially redundant, while RCTs that were initiated after this time point were considered entirely redundant. The guideline in the US was published in August 2004, so the cutoff time point in the US was August 2005. For example, RCTA was completed before this time point, so it was not redundant. RCTB was initiated before this time point, but continued recruiting new patients after this time point, so it was partially redundant. RCTC was initiated after this time point, so it was entirely redundant. We found 5 eligible RCTs from the US, and none of them were redundant. The reason why we found so few eligible RCTs from the US was that a large proportion of RCTs in the US were part of international trials. In contrast, we found 1,087 eligible RCTs from China and 850 were redundant. Most redundant RCTs from China were published in Chinese journals. This figure compares the distribution of eligible RCTs by year of publishing between China and the US. All eligible RCTs in the US were published earlier than those from China. The first eligible RCT from China was published in 1995, and the first redundant RCT was published in 2009. Then, the number of redundant RCTs increased to the peak in 2016, then decreased and stayed stable until 2020. These redundant RCTs had many grave consequences. They only reiterated prior findings that the 4 treatments were effective. None of them were included in the latest guideline in China, so their impact on clinical practice was very limited. The resources invested in these RCTs were wasted. The redundant RCTs had cost 3,445 unnecessary MAs to the patients in the control group, including 1,165 deaths. In other words, these MAs could have been prevented if patients in the control group had been offered the 4 treatments. This table shows that statins only caused a small proportion of unnecessary MAs and death. The scope of redundant RCTs in China was much beyond statins. There are 3 possible reasons why we observed so many redundant RCTs. First, some RCTs were truly redundant. Their occurrence was the consequence of multifaceted failures in the research system, including researchers, ethics committees, funding agencies, and journals. Second, some redundant RCTs were, in fact, observational studies. They were misreported as RCTs. Third, some redundant RCTs may be partially or entirely faked by individual authors or SMEs, an industry that produces faked publications for profit. Unfortunately, we don't have evidence suggesting how much the redundancy can be attributed to these possible reasons. Therefore, the immediate next step is to conduct surveys among stakeholders, including the authors, funding agencies, ethics committees, and journal editors, to figure out the reasons for the massive redundancy. Because the surveys may involve sensitive information, support from authorities is recommended to ensure the accuracy of information from stakeholders. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
thank you very much to be on time. We have plenty of time for discussion and for answering questions. You already make some give some answers into chat. Maybe some which is not answered. Maybe Hans, do you need some additional explanation, regardless that you have partially answers there?
I can just add that Simon have tried to underscore my point that it can be problematic to denote someone or tag someone with as a redundant study when they are full doing the study.
Okay, thank you. So there is question go on from Clara. Are you aware of any evidence about the level of clinical adoption of the relevant CPG in China?
Yeah, there has been some studies about this. How the guidelines were accepted by clinicians, and the answer is very low. In like very good hospitals, like tertiary hospitals, like very nice academic hospitals, and the acceptances might be high, but in primary care settings and in small hospitals, the doctors and nurses are not well trained to use guidelines, and they may just based on their the textbook, which is updated is very it's very slow and may not be up to date, and also their experience. That is a challenge for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any comment from Clara? No?
No, thank you so much for this. I think it highlights not only a problem of the research community, but also that these conducted RCTs and the patient risk that you have identified through your research here is really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the clinical care also of these patients. So very worrying indeed.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe I would like to ask you about the real value of those results. Did you maybe count what is the percentage of that in this control group? What is the percent of group related to the whole number of patients included in control groups?
Oh yeah, I think that's about 70%.
Sorry?
70%.
70% of that.
Yes. So yeah, there are like about 1,000 trials in total, and yes. I think that's about like 1,400 deaths. I mean, like the difference between the control group and the treatment group, and the difference is about like 1,400. Sorry, and so the redundant ones, the actual death is about like 1,100.
I find this is about 1% of this total deaths, which is 1,200, and you include all patients. So in those redundant clinical trials were I don't know, around 4,000 patients in control groups not received the standard therapy, isn't it? 40,000 patients in control group.
Yeah, I think
placebo, so. Not received the standard therapy. So and that's here. So number of deaths is so 1,020. It's around one. So I don't know. 3%, let's say. If you compare this percentage of deaths in this control group with deaths which appear not in non-compliant or low compliant patients, so those are patients which have prescribed standard therapy, but they are not using the drugs. What is the percentage of death? And if you compare your percentage, is this really different? Because this gives real value of clinical importance of these results.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very good one. But I don't think those trials give us the data in the compliance.
Okay.
So we just simply compared the deaths between the treatment group and the control group, and we didn't take into account of the compliance. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for this answer, and thank you again for your nice presentation. And because it's time, we have to move on to next lecture, and my co-chair Joanna will introduce it.
Yes, Yuanxi stays with us for the next presentation, and I have a pleasure to introduce it. It is entitled Assessment of Research Waste in the Randomized Clinical Trials Conducted in Mainland China, a cross-sectional study. So the stage is yours, and please share with us your findings.
Hello, my name is Yuanxi Jia, a postdoc fellow at Johns Hopkins. Now, I'm presenting our study titled Assessment of Research Waste in the Randomized Clinical Trials Conducted in Mainland China, a cross-sectional study. This figure shows the trend of gross domestic expenditure by country. The blue line represents China. The gross domestic expenditure in China has been growing rapidly. In 2017, it was ranked second only to the United States. Correspondingly, the number of scientific publications from China has been surging. This figure shows the trend of scientific publications by country. The purple line represents China. In 2016, China became the largest producer of scientific publications. However, it was suspected that the quality of some research activities was questionable. The resources invested in these research activities may have been wasted. So, in this study, we assessed potential research waste in randomized trials conducted in China. Research waste may occur at 4 successive stages: the choice of research questions, the quality of research design and methods, the adequacy of publication practices, and the quality of reports of research. In this study, we focused on 3 stages. At the stage of the choice of research questions, we assessed the representation of disease burden by RCTs from China. At the stage of publication practices, we assessed their reporting quality. At the stage of the research design and methods, we assessed their risk of bias. Eligible studies were RCTs that were conducted in hospitals or primary care facilities, assessing interventions on participants rather than caregivers, with all the authors affiliated to organizations in the China mainland and were published in 2019. Among all eligible RCTs from bibliographic databases, we took a 10% random sample to assess the representation of disease burden. Then we took a 1% random sample to assess the reporting quality and risk of bias. To assess the representation of disease burden, we used the disability-adjusted life years as the indicator for disease burden. Delhi was extracted from the global burden of disease tool. We mapped each RCT to a disease category defined by the tool and assessed the association between the number of RCTs and Delhi. We assessed the reporting quality of the following items: allocation sequence generation, allocation concealment, masking, missing values, sample size estimation, designation of primary outcome, and primary analysis method. Based on the Cochrane risk of bias tool, we assessed two potential biases: the bias arising from the randomization process and the bias due to deviations from intended interventions. We estimated that in 2019, 111,363 RCTs from China were published. These RCTs could be divided into 4 quarters according to the experimental interventions: chemical or biological, nursing, procedure or surgery, and Chinese medicine. Only 0.6% of RCTs from China reported registration. 18% reported funding sources, and 4% reported conflict of interest. Less than half reported ethics review, and less than 60% reported informed consent. We were able to map 80% of RCTs to 146 disease categories. We found a moderate correlation between Delhi and the number of RCTs. The Spearman correlation coefficient was 0.66. We found substantial mismatch between disease burden and the number of RCTs. For example, more than a third of RCTs assessed these 10 disease categories, which only represented 7% of Delhi. This means too many RCTs have been conducted on disease categories that had less impact on people's health. On the contrary, only 22% of RCTs assessed these 10 disease categories, which represented almost half of Delhi. This means too few RCTs have been conducted on disease categories that has a more impact on people's health. The reporting quality of RCTs was very low. Only 52% reported sequence generation. 1.4% reported allocation concealment. 2.1% reported masking. 1.2% reported sample size estimation. 1.1% reported designation of primary outcome. And only 2% reported sequence generation, allocation concealment, and masking simultaneously. More than 93% of RCTs were rated at some concerns for the bias arising from the randomization process. And almost all of them were rated at a high risk of bias for the bias due to deviations from intended interventions. Our study shows that the RCTs from China suffered from mismatch with disease burden, low reporting quality, and high risk of bias. The resources invested in most RCTs from China have been wasted. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like the huge discussion is already done on chat. Well, maybe one question from me. Do you have any ideas how to improve this situation? What can be done to reverse this trend?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, I think the answer is there's no easy answer because it's a huge system and lots of applications. Yeah, I think one way might be to make the research process standardized. Like from the beginning, when you design a study, you have to, to refer to prior evidence, you have to do reviews, and you have to ask for very rigorous, ARB, review process. And then you have to register the trial, and should be mandated, not volunteer, voluntarily. And then for the conduct and there should be kind of like an agency to supervise the conduct of the trial to make sure the process is, is not harmful to patients, to protect patients and not, to protect, to prevent, research from faking data. That is very important. Then to make sure the reporting of the trial is very, is comprehensive. We need, very comprehensive information from the authors in the papers. Then, after the paper was published, we need to ask the authors to upload maybe the original data to make sure the trial is real. Yeah, to make the whole process standardized is, is gonna help.
Yeah, and we actually I will read a question from Rene to the current presentation. How many of the RCTs were published in journals that state that they adhere to reporting guidelines?
I'm sorry.
How many of the included RCTs were published in journals that clearly state that they adhere to reporting guidelines?
I think only about 1 or 2%, very low. yeah, most journals don't, they didn't claim they adhere to like the published guidelines. So we cannot find the information from their website or from the, like the ICMGE website. Yeah, I believe some journals it just take papers for profit.
Unfortunately, not everywhere. Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, about the last one from Claro. Yeah, I believe the government had some idea about what's going on here. Like after we published the paper on statins, the BMJ paper, I got a call from the authorities, to talk about the paper. And after our meeting, I think they interviewed some authors of the papers to make, to figure out what's going on there, and what's the reason for those redundant trials. But they never let us know. So I didn't know what's going on there, their result. I don't know.
Clara?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this is because of the how the system is set up currently and the political situation. I think this collaboration with the authorities will be absolutely key in making change happen. So I think it would be fantastic to see that lead to some tangible change over time. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. But if there is no question, neither in chat, neither, so we can move on, and maybe at the end we will have some minutes more for answering different questions. So thank you again. Yeah. And we are actually approaching to the half of this session. I would like to introduce the third presentation today, which is entitled Citation Analysis for Monitoring Evidence-Based Research, a Systematic Review of Meta-Research Studies. It will be given by David Pieper, who is coming from Cologne, Germany, from Herdecke University. Please, David, microphone is yours.
Hi, my name is David Pieper, and I'm happy that you are listening to my presentation on citation analysis for monitoring evidence-based research, a systematic review of meta-research studies. I'm presenting on behalf of EFRES Working Group 4 that you will be introduced to in a couple of minutes. I declare that I'm not aware of any conflicts of interest related to the topic of this presentation. Many of you will already be aware of that EFRES, evidence-based research, is a 4-year European Union funded cost action with over 40 countries participating globally, aiming to encourage researchers and other stakeholders to use an evidence-based research approach while carrying out and supporting research, thus avoiding redundant research. EFRES consists of 4 working groups, and there will also be presentations from other working groups held at this conference. My working group is number 4, focusing on meta-research on EBR implementation. What you can see here is the original plan for working group 4 as it was formulated in the application. The overarching goal is to identify and implement a monitoring plan enabling to check whether researchers stick to the principles of EBR when conducting and reporting their research. When it comes down to thinking about a way to monitor the implementation of EBR, we need to answer the simple question, how to evaluate the use of EBR. EBR has been defined before, but the question is how to measure it, how to measure EBR. And of course, this is not a simple but a head-aching question we had to deal with in our group. and it becomes even more complicated the longer you think about it. The first challenge is to find a way to measure EBR at all. However, when you think of setting up a plan to monitor the implementation of EBR, the way to measure EBR needs to be rather simple instead of being very complex and time-consuming. We need something that could be implemented on a wide scale. These questions and resulting challenges will really make it hard, if not even impossible, to fulfill all milestones listed here. And this is the reason why my presentation will focus around the first milestone highlighted in bold, a list of monitoring methods and outcomes of relevance for monitoring the implementation of EBR in clinical research. The original plan was to perform a systematic review to investigate this. However, after several rounds of considerations, our group came to the conclusion that this would be hardly feasible. We felt that we were somewhere in between, ending up with 0 or 100 hits to screen, 100,000 hits to screen, of course. But luckily, and as you all know, redundant research should be prevented. Therefore, we chose a pragmatic approach and settled up on an ongoing large EBR review that might meanwhile have been finished or is close to be completed. I do not want to go into the details of this large EBR review as I'm not part of it, but please note that there will be other presentations today and tomorrow also using its results. What we, as Working Group 4, needed to know about the review was that it was conducted in a way that all studies allowing for the identification of methods to measure and monitor the implementation of EBR would have been included in this large review. So our starting point was a list of included studies in this review, and we checked whether some of the included studies could potentially be used to meet our specific goals. By doing so, we have identified some interesting approaches, such as cumulative meta-analysis or tri-sequential analysis. However, the most frequent and interesting approach was citation analysis. What is citation analysis? Citation analysis has been defined as the examination of the frequency, patterns, and graphs of citations. In other words, in a citation analysis, the citations referenced in a manuscript are the area of investigation. I have a few examples of citation analysis at the end of my presentation. So, as a Working Group 4, we agreed on conducting a review aiming to identify methods for monitoring the implementation of EBR by examining the characteristics and application of citation analysis in the EBR context, that is, justifying and/or designing or placing research results in the context of earlier research. Here you can see some details of our methods, most of them being quite standard. The most important part is probably the fact that we grouped the included studies along the three aims of EBR: justification, design, and placing in context. In total, we have included 27 studies. When grouping these studies, we found that most were classified to justify new research, followed by informing the design. However, important to note that there were several manuscripts that were grouped to more than one category. We see that citation analysis seems to be a rather new type of study in biomedical research. This was what the large review was focused on, biomedical research. We did not investigate other fields, what might be interesting to do in future. We found most studies being restricted to a given field or area of interest, mostly where the authors were affiliated with. The unit of analysis was RCT publications in most cases. There are RCT publications as opposed to RCT protocols or funding applications, which should be considered as two distinct entities. We have observed a huge variety in the number of units included and analyzed, ranging from 25, what is a rather small sample, to more than 1,000 studies. Most authors were interested in citations of systematic reviews and meta-analysis. There was also a huge variety in how the sample was derived, and the rationale for it was often not reported. And the same is also true for the corresponding sample size, while data extraction methods were often applied as similar to standard systematic review methodology. Now, let us start with a few examples. This is a study published by Engelking and colleagues in 2018. They analyzed whether existing systematic reviews were mentioned in RCTs published in top anesthesiology journals as a rationale for conducting trials and for discussing results. The table shows the number of systematic reviews cited in the sections of the manuscripts. The main result can be considered to be the number of systematic reviews that cited appropriately a systematic review. Needless to say that the result of 20% is improvable. However, important for us to note that this is an easy and pragmatic approach to run a citation analysis, and that is potentially applicable on a wide scale. Let us keep the Engelking study in mind when looking at this figure here. As we remember, the Engelking study analyzed whether systematic reviews were cited. The approach taken by the authors in this study here is more differentiated. They categorize the citations according to whether they were simply cited, described, or discussed. Describing might be considered to be superior to citing as it provides more details. Going one step further would result in discussing the citation of interest, what can be very important if we keep in mind that there's a lot of bad research out there. Finding something to cite is easy, while finding a good citation is much more challenging and time-consuming, of course. This is my last and favorite example. The idea in this study was to examine whether a given review had an impact on subsequent research. The publication of this review can be considered to be the starting point of the study. 136 RCTs were published at least 2 years after the publication of the review. 72.8% cited the review, what can be considered as a good result. However, an in-depth analysis shows that the impact of the review on the design of subsequent research is low. When you have a look at the figure, white bars represent clinically relevant trials as assessed by the authors, while blue bars represent studies that can be called unnecessary or clinically non-relevant in light of the results of the review published in 2000. Overall, I consider this to be a very interesting publication and approach. Interesting to note that this study has been published in the BMJ. So overall, we found that there is a high heterogeneity in the conduct of citation analysis. There are simple approaches and there are much more elaborated approaches that you could go for. Nevertheless, we need to keep in mind that monitoring approaches might rather require simple approaches that can be applied on a wide scale. With respect to citation analysis, many questions are still open and need to be discussed in future. I mean, the most important question is how to conduct a good citation analysis and how to report it appropriately. There's still a lot of room for research in this area, and we hope to be able to work on that in our working group. Thank you very much for listening. Bye.
Thank you very much, David, for your really nice presentation. There is actually a few questions here. First is from Hans. Do you have an optimal way to perform citation analysis? One you prefer? This is also my question, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess this is the question that comes up after having heard the presentation. However, I don't think that we as a group have an answer to this, and but I think that it's not also among our group. But I think I'm pretty sure that there is no simple answer to this, how a citation analysis should look like. I mean, I think we've seen that the first citation analysis that we have identified was published in 2010 or 11. So it is a rather new field, and I think we will take our results of our review, and I think it would be, in the next step, it would be good to have something like an expert study, maybe including some Delphi study and so on, to come up with suggestions how a good citation analysis could look like. I guess that this is the question that we have to ask, and that we'll have to find an answer for it. But yeah, there are really a lot of questions, and I was only able to raise some of them in my presentation now. So I think that we need to have really a lot of discussion on that, and it might also be, the answer might also be dependent on the context. I mean, conducting a good citation analysis might be one thing, but it might be a completely different thing when it comes to consider citation analysis as a tool to monitor the implementation for EBR implementation.
Okay, thank you. So go on with Hans' question. Would you prefer a simple approach or a more sophisticated approach, including text analysis?
Yeah, so again, I think that this will heavily depend on the context. I mean, the last example, the Helfer study that was, no, is it Helfer? No, it's the Harbour study that was published in the BMJ. I think this is a very good example, but it is a very elaborated approach that takes a lot of time, and that can only be applied, that it cannot be applied on a wide scale, but it can only be applied to very specific questions where you already have the knowledge that there have been published a lot of systematic reviews, and that also be published a lot of randomized clinical trials before and after the review. While again, when it comes down to come up with a monitoring plan, I think you need something that is much easier.
Okay, we have first was Miloslav Klugar. What is your explanation, for example, entry, why the systematic review did not inform the study design of following studies?
I'm not fully able to understand the question, Miloslav. What
Miloslav,
do you mean?
could you explain, please?
Yes, thank you, David. The question is about that in your example number 3, you showed that the studies after published systematic review, they cited the systematic review. However, you said that their study design was not informed by the systematic review and its recommendation for future research. So what is your, why do you think this happened, or what is your explanation?
Yeah, so I mean the most simple explanation might be that authors conducting or planning the randomized controlled trials that subsequent randomized controlled trials after the review, that they were simply not aware of the review, or to say it in easier terms, that they were simply not aware of the underlying evidence base, whether the studies they were planning to conduct, whether they were needed at all or not. I mean, what the authors did was to separate the studies into clinically relevant studies, and by doing so, it was clear that the systematic review published in 2000 did inform the study design, while it did not for all the other reviews. So I mean, as discussed earlier, I think identifying the evidence base for the question you are trying to answer is a crucial point here. But yeah, I mean, from a a perspective of someone who's going to conduct a randomized controlled trial. I mean, I know from a lot of discussions with clinicians. I mean, if you consider that you were already planning running a randomized controlled trial for 2 and 3 years, then it takes another 2 years to get funding for the trial, and then maybe after five years of planning, you come to a point where you can start the trial, but then it might already turn out that the trial is not really necessary. But yeah, what do you do that? I mean, from a scientific point of view, of course, you should abandon the randomized control trial and say, okay, it's not necessary. But yeah, from a let's call it a career perspective, you might feel that you have to run the trial.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one question more. This is from Parisa Gazzerani. In citation analysis, time seems like an important factor. What if a large gap in this time existed, and in other words, time must be considered in the context of other parameters, not alone? Is that correct? Is her question.
Yes, definitely. I mean, time is of huge importance here, and it's not so clear how to consider time, the time component in a citation analysis. I mean, I think that we've already heard some potential solutions about it in the morning, with coming up with some indices. As when we need to keep in mind that that the number. So, for example, if we look at citing relevant systematic reviews in a trial, I mean, depending on when you are going to write your protocol or your study, I mean, we know that the number of systematic reviews that is published that is rising. So depending on when you are going to write your report, the number of eligible systematic reviews to cite, it might simply change, and new systematic reviews can be of superior methodological quality. But that's not necessarily true. I mean, we know that a lot of systematic reviews are of very low methodological quality, unfortunately. So then it can still be good to cite high quality, but maybe not fully up-to-date review. But yeah, definitely it is a good question. But yeah, this is a point that we will also need to think about. There is not a very simple solution for this.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask you to answer Jenny Stauffer question in chat, because we would like to move on to be on time.
Okay, thank you.
Our pre-last lecture will be introduced by Joanna again.
Thank you. Our next presentation, which is entitled Assessing Risk in Research Studies, EFBRES Research Ethics Committee Survey, which will be presented by Jennifer Denning from Villanova University. Thank you very much for your work, and please present this research.
Okay, good afternoon or good morning for some of you. I am Jennifer Dean Durning. I am a doctoral student working under Dr. Jenny Yost at Villanova University, which is in Pennsylvania in the US. I will be presenting this study on behalf of our team listed here. This study grew out of an initiative of the EFBRES 4-year EU-funded cost action from 2018 to 2022, with over 35 countries participating as a global research and development network, promoting collaboration and capacity building for evidence-based research. This slide helps to show how this work group is situated within the greater EFBRES network. Specifically, The study that we conducted was developed in the Implications for Ethics Committees working group, whose remit is to raise awareness and acceptance of the importance of evidence-based research among ethics committees and ethics committee members as relevant stakeholders. So in terms of background, the ethics review process, as the working group understands, does not currently require researchers to produce any systematic summary of the existing evidence that relates to their research questions. It has been argued that new research should not be considered ethical unless the study is fundamentally rooted in current scientific knowledge, and that the research question cannot be answered with the existing evidence. This can lead to waste if research efforts are duplicated, first in terms of research resources themselves, but also in terms of the time and goodwill that are invested by research participants. It's possible that a proportionate approach is needed for the scientific justification of research to the research ethics committees. For example, a systematic review and meta-analysis may be appropriate to substantiate a large clinical trial, but that degree of time-consuming and expensive evidence synthesis may not be equally appropriate for other types of research designs, such as a secondary analysis of data. The working group has been asking questions about just what evidence ethics committees need to expect or what they should request from the researchers who submit ethics applications in order to substantiate the ethical merit of their research proposals. The guidance appears needed because there's evidence that ethics committee members may currently be evaluating the scientific rationale for proposed studies in these applications based on individual preferences. As identified on this slide, the committee recognizes that there are many factors that influence ethics committees' decisions for ethical approval of research studies. Within the EVRES Implications for Ethics Committees working group, it was identified that the role of the risk inherent to different study designs may be helpful for understanding the type and the extent of evidence needed to justify a study scientifically, and it could potentially inform guidance about what type of evidence syntheses should be expected, depending on the research design and its associated risk during the ethics review process. The working group highlighted risk because of the ability to quantify it, because the risk of harm or even of death to participants may represent the most serious of all the factors that influence the ethics of a study, and because risk is most closely associated with the need for scientific justification. The more ethically problematic study requires better evidence in order to justify it. And the consideration of study design is one way to identify what constitutes an ethically problematic study. From our investigation into how risk impacts ethics reviews, we hope to generate a typology of research designs that would be driven by the degree of risk. This could be used to develop guidance for ethics committees regarding the scientific justification that should accompany an ethics application for a given study. And as you see here, this was a description of risk that the working group generated and provided to the research participants. So the study, the sampling involved convenience and snowball sampling to target researchers, research ethics committee members, and individuals with an interest in research ethics. The Implications for Ethics Committees working group members were asked to send out an email invitation to participate in the survey to relevant individuals, creating our convenience sample. Within the invitation email, Individuals were asked to forward the invitation on to anyone whom they thought represented other relevant individuals. And we used contacts from members of the Implications for Ethics Committee's working group. And using those, email requests were sent to a variety of contacts and networks in the UK and in Australia as well. This survey was developed by the Implications for Ethics Committee's working group members. First, it included several demographic questions. Then participants were asked to rate the risk that they considered characteristic of 31 given research study designs, which included various types of questionnaires, interviews, focus groups, behavioral interventions, and clinical trials. The list of study designs was developed by the members of the working group based on the experience of the studies that had come to the ethics committees that they'd sat on. We appreciate that such lists may always be incomplete, but we felt that the 31 types of studies covered the vast majority of research and research proposals. Likert scales were used for participants to rank their perception of the riskiness of each type of research methodology, using a scale between 1, which represented not at all risky, to 10, extremely risky. Average scores were then used to create the risk rankings. Finally, there was one open-ended question that invited participants to provide additional comments about the survey and about the concept of risk. We received 283 completed surveys. It may come as little surprise based on the context and the outreach that I just outlined that the regions represented by the majority of respondents. First was the UK, second was Australia and New Zealand, and third, participants from the EU. Other regions from which we got participants included 0.7% of our population from Central or South America, 3.5% of our population from non-EU European countries, and 1.1% from the US and Canada. We had no participants from Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. 51% of participants stated that their job description explicitly included conducting research. And here are some of the results we got. The rankings shown in this chart, for example, phase 1 being the highest risk, phase 2 being second highest risk, and so on. These were based on mean scores for each design for all participants. The color coding is meant to be illustrative. Statistical comparison of ranking by role and by geographic area demonstrated consistent and shared views in the ranking. First, we compared all participants versus the various roles. We had given them a choice of selecting that they were a REC member and a researcher versus being a REC member only versus being a researcher only versus neither of those roles. Secondly, we compared all participants versus specific different geographic areas. We had enough participants to do this for Australia, New Zealand, Central South America, the EU, other European countries, UK, and the US and Canada. So we had no participants to consider statistical comparison of the other regions. We did do a Kendall's Tau test to compare the rankings and noted that it showed statistically significant correlations ranging between 0.41 and 0.95, again, indicating a good consistency of these rankings. And to note, the use of the word intrusive was used to mean research exploring significant factors that affected the participant or their families or communities' health, well-being, and security, such as financial security, physical security, etc. As mentioned previously, there was one free text box to obtain additional comments from participants. We received 90 comments. A number of participants critiqued the structure of our study and the survey questions themselves. And my colleagues tell me that we should expect nothing less from ethics committee members. We received many other interesting quotations that we are analyzing further for inclusion in our subsequent paper. At the first pass, nothing that came in this qualitative data appeared to contradict any of our quantitative findings. The primary conclusion that we reached from these findings is that ethics reviewers do perceive a link between the research design and the level of risk to participants. The data that we could obtain regarding risk across different research designs fairly well corroborate the continuum of risk that the research team had hypothesized. Now that we've generated this evidence, the next steps are to consider in what way or what ways should the riskiness of the proposed research impact the ethics application process. We think that yes, it should. Our intention now is to produce a single sheet information guide translated into multiple languages that could promote the use of this typology by ethics committees, and then eventually to conduct follow-up research about how the guidance was used and whether ethics committee members indeed found it helpful. I think we'd like to ask some questions such as, should the type or extent of evidence needed to scientifically justify research for an ethics committee differ based on riskiness? It's the general question. Is an evidence synthesis necessary to support every research design? Is one of the more specific questions. When an evidence synthesis is deemed as warranted, what type of synthesis should be used or what degree of rigor should be required? Can and or should we provide guidance that for the highest risk studies, a systematic review and meta-analysis are necessary to justify the science that supports this research? And these are some issues we'd like to discuss with you all. And if you have other questions, please share them with us. That concludes the presentation, and we look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We already have some questions here. The first one, what did you use as criteria for intrusive versus non-intrusive interventions?
She wrote that in the chat right as that was being answered on the video, I believe.
Okay. One more question from Shelly. Do you plan on a future survey that includes more geographically and socioeconomically diverse participants?
That's an excellent question. We would certainly love to have greater representation. I don't know whether we are planning that imminently, but it was tough to get wider penetration. The networks were fairly they were the people that we had were sort of the people that Dr. Kolstow knew in a few of these networks, and we tried to send some out in other regions as well, but we didn't get a lot of return. So if other people have better ideas on reaching out to wider networks, I'm sure we would love to have a way to get increased representation from a variety of groups. Yes.
And one more question from Hans. Would the focus of risk alone bias the way of regs are evaluating the needs for a systematic and transparent way to justify any study?
The focus bias. I may punt that question over to Jenny or to Simon. Or Sylvia, do any of you have thoughts on that?
I can come in on that one if you want. I think we did appreciate, and certainly we saw through the comments, that recs do consider a lot of different issues when they review a study. However, risks is something that, because we can quantify, we can then produce some sort of guidance that they can have
there on the table. And I think recs are used to going through a list of different sorts of things and considering the scientific justification, considering the recruitment, considering the inclusion criteria, for instance. So the hope is when they do their normal task of considering the scientific justification, they can then pull out the EVRES sheet and look to see the guidance, say, oh, this is this sort of study, and generally this sort of study requires this sort of evidence synthesis. Is that present? And if not, they can then discuss that with the researchers. So I would hope that most recs are aware enough to appreciate that there's a number of different areas to look at, and this can just be some guidance that they can use when they specifically consider that question around scientific justification.
We have one more comment from Janice. It seems to me having patients or public from diverse background on and ethics committees would be beneficial as well. So that's additional comment.
Thank you.
And the comment from Sylvia, since we don't get the significant differences in opinions by geographic region, there is no strong argument to enlarge the study to other regions for now. Can you comment that?
Well, yes, I thank you for making that point. We did find excellent levels of consistency among all the different participants. So there, I think what we're saying is that we would not anticipate that there'd be a great disparity in responses from other locations, though we did not have that information to analyze.
Do we have any other questions? If not, maybe it will be wise to use this spare time later on. Maybe some other questions at the end will arise. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. And we can move to very last presentation in this session before lunch. It is entitled Evidentiary Standards and the Justification of Randomized Clinical Trials. The case of hydroxychloroquine trial for COVID-19. It will be given by Michael Shemi from University Ottawa, Canada. So microphone is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Michel Shami. I am a neurologist in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, and it's my pleasure to present to you today some of the work that my team and I have been doing related to the justification of randomized trials using the example of the hydroxychloroquine trials for COVID-19. As I alluded to, this work is not mine alone. It's could not have been done without the support of Brian Dewar, my research associate, Mark Fedek, a PhD philosopher, and Vignan Yogendrekumar, who was a research fellow with us at the time. This particular work has no relationship to industry, but I've been fortunate to have funding from a number of organizations over the course of the last few years that have contributed to what I'm presenting today. In case we get cut off or you have to leave, here's our last slide first. Randomization should be ethically justified, and this ethical justification, at least in part, relates to an assessment of uncertainty. Unpacking justification may help to further clarify the relevant sources of knowledge and thresholds for permissibility and necessity of any given trial. The example of the trials of hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 demonstrates how challenging this process can be and that we're generally doing a bad job of it. Just to give you a little bit of background and perspective, so I am not a philosopher, I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm just a stroke doctor, but I became interested in this question of the justification of trials back in 2012-2013 when I was a fellow at the Calgary Stroke Program. And essentially, the stroke world was being rent asunder by disagreement about whether a particular trial was ethical or not. And the circumstances were such that there was a trial surrounding a treatment, endovascular thrombectomy, that was being used as standard of care, that we largely believed was effective, but that had no randomized trial level evidence of efficacy to support it, and in fact had been investigated in 3 previous randomized trials that had suggested no benefit. And so the question was another trial warranted? Some argued yes, some argued very strongly no. And so these experiences framed my interest in this question of when do we really need an RCT, and inspired me to look into the question of hydroxychloroquine. To bring you up to speed on some of the work that we've done in the past, and I presented on this at this conference last year, essentially I think we all agree that randomized trials are very important and can be very helpful to determine the relative efficacy of treatments, but at the same time, randomized trials should be justified, and that is because obviously they are costly, they are difficult to administer, they can be difficult to interpret, but probably most importantly, the fact that they present an ethical risk. Physicians have a fiduciary duty to their patients to offer the best possible care, or at least care that is possibly the best, and randomization may impair the physician's ability to honor that responsibility if it entails randomizing patients away from a treatment that is known to be effective. And so this process of ethically justifying a trial has something to do with certainty and uncertainty. If we are already certain about the outcome, that one treatment is better than the other, then randomization is unethical. So we need to have some way of establishing whether there is uncertainty around a particular question. And unfortunately, this is actually quite complicated and perhaps more complicated than it is given, than the attention that is given to it. Obviously, there are other ways in which a trial can be unethical. For example, if consent is violated or patient privacy is violated, etc. I'm not going to talk about those issues today. With regards to this question of uncertainty, you probably will have come across the term or the concept of equipoise. So the word equipoise is commonly used as shorthand to refer to some state of uncertainty surrounding which treatment is superior, and is used to provide an ethical justification for randomization. Now, despite its ubiquity, equipoise has been widely criticized for a number of reasons. And one of those reasons is nobody really knows what it means. So we recently completed a series of interviews with 45 stakeholders, trialists, research ethics board chairs, philosophers, and bioethicists, and they gave us 7 different definitions of equipoise, 7 different operationalizations of equipoise, and some didn't even know what the term meant / had never heard of it. So we've argued that let's put equipoise aside and turn to a methodology that we are comfortable with, notably the systematic review, as the way to assess in a fair and transparent manner at least whether there is uncertainty about the question being posed in a particular clinical trial. Now, when it comes to this concept of justification, I think that we can break that down a little bit more into 2 concepts, permissibility and necessity. So this is new work that adapts some concepts we've introduced in our prior writings. In 2017, we introduced 3 questions that we felt were essential to determining whether a trial was ethically justified. Has the question already been answered? Are patients likely to be harmed by participation, meaning are they being deprived of standard of care or treated poorly otherwise? And then is the study of sufficient methodological quality that it is likely to make a meaningful contribution to the literature? In retrospect, when we were asking those questions, we'd like to conceive of those as questions of permissibility. Would it be okay, would it be permissible to do that trial? But what it leaves unanswered is the question of necessity. Do we really need to do that trial? And so I think we need to ask those questions differently, right? What is the expected value? Is this trial really going to change practice? And so I have for you here a table from the seminal paper by Ezekiel Emanuel from 2000 JAMA about how to think about the ethical justification of trials. And I think our questions kind of collapse some of the features that are introduced in that paper. Notably, first, what is the necessity? What is the scientific and social value proposed by this trial? And then, if it is necessary, is it permissible? I would like you to keep those concepts in the back of your mind as we now turn to a different set of concepts, and this is work that we introduced last year in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology. That when thinking about the uncertainty around a given trial, it may be helpful to think about the different kinds of trials that are done. And I don't mean pragmatic versus cluster, etc., but rather the type of comparison that is being wrought in the study. And so we thought about the fact that we could put all trials into 4 categories. We called them 4 quadrants. And yes, that is totally inspired by Star Trek Deep Space Nine. So in the alpha quadrant, we have trials in which you are comparing one standard treatment to another standard treatment. For example, to figure out which of 2 blood pressure medications is more effective. In the beta quadrant, we have a circumstance where comparing a novel treatment to a standard treatment. So this might be an example where you have a standard for cancer of 3 different chemotherapies, and now you're comparing that to a novel regimen. In the gamma quadrant, we have standard treatment now being compared to placebo. So this is where you have a treatment that is generally done, but maybe has a poor level of evidence, and so you are randomizing it against the lack of that treatment. And then lastly, you have the delta quadrant, in which you have a novel treatment versus placebo. So your standard is actually placebo. There is no accepted treatment in this for this condition, and you are trialing a novel treatment. And what I would like you to think about is that in each of these quadrants, our thresholds for permissibility and necessity are different. And this is how we present it here. So in the alpha quadrant, where you have standard treatment versus standard treatment, the permissibility threshold is low, right? It is generally, you can imagine that if you've got a good amount of evidence available to you that both of these treatments are relatively good, that it is very unlikely that you're going to harm patients. You are not depriving them of standard treatment by giving them one of those 2. However, the necessity threshold is high. So we've got 2 good treatments already. Why is it really necessary to prove that one is a little bit better than the other? So in alpha quadrant, low permissibility threshold, high necessity threshold. In the beta quadrant, where we've got a standard treatment versus a novel treatment, the permissibility threshold is a little bit higher than you'd expect in the alpha quadrant, right? You already have a standard treatment, and so you would want to establish through preclinical data and mechanistic reasoning that there is a reason to presume that there is uncertainty and that the novel treatment might be better. Similarly, the necessity threshold is going to be lower than in a situation where you're comparing 2 standard treatments based on clinical and paraclinical realities. Maybe this new combination has the potential to be more tolerable to patients, or maybe is cheaper, and may also have the strength of mechanistic reasoning and preclinical data to suggest that it is as good, if not better. In our third quadrant, in the gamma quadrant, you have a situation where you have a standard treatment that you are withholding because it's never been tested, and maybe you have reason to presume that it's not actually necessary in all cases. Now, in this setting, I would argue that the permissibility threshold is high, and you would need to have quite strong data from a systematic review to conclude that this trial could go forward. And you also need to have very high necessity threshold to say that it should go forward, right? To really be convinced that there is a great social value to be expected by randomizing patients away from a treatment that has been considered standard practice for some period of time. Lastly, in the delta quadrant, you have a placebo treatment as your standard because there is no treatment for this condition, something like, for example, intracerebral hemorrhage. Low permissibility threshold, low necessity threshold because by definition, there would be great value if you were to determine that any treatment is better than nothing. Now let's move on to think about the example of hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19. So hydroxychloroquine is an anti-inflammatory and anti-malarial drug that has been around for a long time. And in the early days of the pandemic, preclinical evidence suggested that hydroxychloroquine could be effective against COVID-19. Trump and team advocated for its use, and so many RCTs were launched into this condition. And we sought to map the landscape with an eye towards these questions of justification. What did we find? We found that over 200 different randomized trials of hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19 had been launched, and that as of November 2020, 135 were ongoing, 46 had been closed, and a number were still in the registration planning phase but had not yet been launched. There was significant overlap. There were 96 different trials of hydroxychloroquine for active disease, 39 for prevention. 58 were randomizing hydroxychloroquine versus placebo. 120 were randomizing hydroxychloroquine versus another drug. 45 were using hydroxychloroquine as the so-called standard of care against which another drug was being compared. There were 29 trials of hydroxychloroquine among healthcare workers, 50 trials among inpatients, admitted patients, and 56 for outpatients. So how do we interpret these findings? Essentially, there were many randomized trials of hydroxychloroquine, many of which were likely redundant, unnecessary, and impermissible. So when a question has already been answered, further RCTs are unethical and wasteful and potentially harmful. And I don't have time to go through all of the history of this, but in early June 2020, the results of those first randomized trials became available that essentially hydroxychloroquine was ineffective and potentially harmful. The research community responded very quickly to political interest in hydroxychloroquine, launching dozens of trials within a few weeks of former President Trump's announcement of interest in hydroxychloroquine. But the research community was also very slow in responding to accumulating evidence that it was ineffective. Now, this is to acknowledge the fact that it is difficult, methodologically and philosophically, to establish when a trial should be suspended. But there are ways to address this problem, and one of them, as we heard from my co-keynote speaker last year, Alex Sutton, is maybe this question about the stability of systematic reviews. That might be your answer of when it is appropriate to suspend or stop an ongoing trial. I think the case of hydroxychloroquine also further demonstrates the weakness of the concept of equipoise. Essentially, at the beginning, when trials were being conducted, equipoise, by which we mean some summary of physician opinion, is essentially useless because there's no basis for any opinion because there is no evidence to support any opinion. And then once there was evidence, once there were data, then opinion again became irrelevant because we had evidence. Now, what quadrant would you put hydroxychloroquine trials into if we're thinking about our concept of the 4 quadrants and permissibility and necessity? In March 2020, you have a new disease of COVID-19. You have no effective treatments. I would say that a trial of hydroxychloroquine in that setting would be in the delta quadrant, would be under low thresholds for permissibility and necessity. That's right. But soon thereafter, the FDA granted hydroxychloroquine emergency status as a standard care treatment. Now trials would fall into the beta quadrant, I guess, where you're comparing a standard therapy to a novel therapy. And therefore your thresholds for permissibility and necessity change. Within a few weeks, again, the FDA rescinds its emergency status and declares hydroxychloroquine ineffective. So what quadrant does the trial fall into now? Well, they're in the presence of large bodies of evidence for and against hydroxychloroquine and other treatments, with that evidence saying that hydroxychloroquine is ineffective, really it doesn't fall anywhere within the quadrants because all of the quadrants presume that there is existing uncertainty. So what lessons can we draw from the hydroxychloroquine affair? Essentially, redundant, wasteful, and unethical RCTs were common, and they might be avoided, I would argue, if RCT oversight were better organized. For example, if there were centralized registration, review, and dissemination of results, if we had a more robust ethical framework to assess when trials are permissible and necessary, maybe that is the 4 quadrants idea that I've proposed here, and that RCT results should be made public as soon as possible to inform ongoing trial oversight. Thinking more deeply about how a particular research ethics board or organization should handle these challenges, I would argue that they should consider not just what is known, but what is likely to be known. So if you have already reviewed and approved 20 trials of hydroxychloroquine, maybe the 21st trial should not be approved until we already have evidence from the ones that are active. I would also argue that REBs would be greatly aided by the presence of kind of real-time or live systematic review technology, the kind that developed over the course of the pandemic. And recognizing that this is a very difficult thing to do to respond to real-time accumulation of evidence, especially in the pandemic, the field was moving so quickly. So for example, there's an American group led by McCullough who wrote an article published in the American Journal of Medicine that was submitted in spring 2020, arguing why hydroxychloroquine might be effective, giving a pharmacological rationale. That was published online in August 2020, already after the trials of hydroxychloroquine had demonstrated the lack of efficacy, but it wasn't published in paper until January 2021, presenting a mechanistic argument for a trial that we already, for a treatment that we had known was ineffective for over 6 months. Just to return to our takeaways, randomization should be ethically justified, and this ethical justification, at least in part, relates to uncertainty. Unpacking this process of justification into concepts of permissibility and necessity may help us to work through the process. And if anything, we really do need help. The example of the hydroxychloroquine trials demonstrates how challenging this process can be and continues to be. Thank you to the conference organizers, to the audience, to my research team, to the frontline healthcare workers keeping us all safe, to the patients who make clinical research possible, and to my family for their ongoing support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Here are some questions in the chat. Yes, from Judith Schul. For the gamma quadrant, she's asking if there is doubt to effectiveness and the treatment is very expensive, competing with availability of treatments for other patients. Would you evaluate permissibility and necessity differently? So,
good morning. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I apologize. My kids are running around, and so if they make noise in the background, you might hear something screaming.
You EBR experts.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much for the question. As I replied briefly in the chat, absolutely. So cost, both kind of direct cost and opportunity cost are very important factors to be considered. And that's what I alluded to using the phrase kind of clinical and paraclinical reality. So if you have one treatment that is much more difficult to administer or much more expensive to administer, then that is very important. You know, the question about opportunity cost came up certainly in hydroxychloroquine, not because the medication itself was that expensive. It's been around for a long time and is relatively cheap to produce, but the fact that there's a limited quantity of it, and patients who actually were using it for approved reasons for other treatments were at risk of losing access to their supply in order to support these redundant randomized trials. And at one point there was an article in which someone wrote, well, for those patients who actually use it for their rheumatological conditions, thank you for your sacrifice for us to be able to do our randomized trials. So that's an example of how not to do things, as you all know. And yes, absolutely, those realities are important.
Okay, maybe one last question from actually comment of Simon Colstow. So do you need a new quadrant for a human challenge study design? So regardless of whether placebo or standard care, novel comparison will then be made. Yeah, very short answer, comment.
So I presume that you mean kind of like a first in humans trial or a phase 1 trial. So let me just say that all of this work is based on the example of phase 3 trials, and that phase 1 trials or first in human experiments are slightly different. And that's right, in the absence of having evidence of the kind that we can actually systematically analyze, then we're left really with basically mechanistic reasoning. Yeah, so those are fundamentally different.
Yeah. Okay, because of time, we have to slowly close this session. So I would like to thanks to all of speakers. All presentations were actually excellent, very informative, interesting. Thank you for audience to valuable questions. Thank you, Joanna, for her collaboration. And I'm inviting you now to lunch break without lunch. And program of EBR conference will continue at 2:30 p.m. Have a nice afternoon. Goodbye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome or welcome back. My name is Karen Robinson, and I'm delighted to be chairing this first keynote along with Robert Brill. This first keynote, we're going to cover the evidence ecosystem and evidence-based research and really set the stage or set the scene. We have 2 speakers for this keynote. We're going to hear from both of them, and then there's going to be I hope a lively discussion after their presentations. Please feel free and use the chat feature to enter any questions, either for one or both of the speakers, just indicating which speaker your question or comment is for. And we'll just get started, and I'll introduce our great speakers for this session. So I'll introduce both of them. So the first person is going to talk about what do we mean by evidence ecosystem, and we have the perfect person to tell us about that. Per Van Wyk is a professor of medicine at the University of Oslo, and he's also a consultant physician at the local hospital. I think most of us know of his role as the Chief Executive Director and founder of the Magic Evidence Ecosystem Foundation. And some of us might be familiar with Magic App, which is a particular platform to use to get evidence into guidelines. The next speaker is Jennifer Joost. Dr. Joost is a professor in the School of Nursing at Villanova, after previously being at McMaster. And she's worked with the Evidence-Based Research Network, with the Evidence Synthesis International, and with EVBRES. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker. Thank you very much.
Dear everyone, it's such a pleasure
to present today on the topic of evidence ecosystems and learning health systems. What are they and why bother? This is, of course, a topic that is of great interest to me, as I think you will see during the presentation. Let me just share slides, and there we go. So I have different employers, but for the purpose of my presentation today, it's fair to say that I represent the Magic Evidence Ecosystem Foundation, which is a nonprofit based in Oslo, Norway. It's a pity I couldn't come to Bergen and meet you, but here I am stuck in my home office. In terms of declarations of interest, I am the co-founder and CEO of Magic, and I have no financial conflicts of interest, but I may have some intellectual conflicts. I'll leave that for you to decide during the course of this presentation. Now, what I'm going to talk about the next 30 minutes, also to inform the plenary discussion, is from a evidence-based medicine guideline and Magic perspective. I will present what I believe are great advances both in standards for guidelines, methods such as GRADE, processes to move to even living evidence and guidance, and platforms, how technology could help to move from new evidence to improved care. I'm going to talk about the journey for Magic and how we came to this point where we are obsessed with the evidence ecosystem. And I'll go into more details about current problems with evidence, siloed evidence, from its production to impact on care. Then I'm going to talk about the evidence ecosystem models and learning health systems as potential solutions to these major problems. And I'll end off by giving some examples of how we in Magic and our network of people work to enhance the evidence ecosystem, also to highlight some remaining challenges. And the pictures to the right shows these loops that we will talk about in this session, exemplifying these evidence ecosystems. I'm going to start out with a clinical question, a scenario. This is a patient I call John. The picture is from Google. This guy wonders if he needs a cocktail today. To be more specific, he's hospitalized in a hospital in the Oslo region with severe COVID-19. He struggles with breathing, and he has read in the newspaper that he would benefit from an antibody cocktail called RAIN-CoV-2. At the same time, in North America these days, lots of patients eat horse paste. Again, to be more specific, this is the drug ivermectin that has caused quite a lot of attention in the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, these are questions that emerge at the point of care. And of course, clinicians and their patients, they would need trustworthy decision support to be accessible and understandable at the point of care. Organizations, those who develop guidelines and other tools for decision support, need to apply best current standards, methods, processes, and perhaps even technology to deliver decision support to the point of care. The question for today and for this conference is whether we need evidence ecosystems to make sure that John and his fellow patients get the right treatment at the right time in 2021. So I'll come back to this clinical question, but first I'm going to go 11 years back and talk about how we got started with this work, resulting in an evidence ecosystem model for us. In 2010, I was postdoc at McMaster University in Canada, and I spent 3 years to create guidelines for antithrombotic treatment. We were 128 experts spending 3 years to create an update of these
antithrombotic guidelines from the American College of Chest Physicians. In 2012, they were published in a journal called Chest. You can see here one of the chapters on cardiovascular disease. I was the methods chair for this guideline panel, and I really became very enthusiastic because I felt we had great standards for trustworthy guidelines and we had the great methods. So we could create guidelines we can trust, but my deep concern was how to use these guidelines in practice. Imagine you have a question about treatment for your patient, and clinicians only have 2 minutes before they give up finding an answer to such questions. Well, you find this guideline in PDF. You have to scroll down 60 pages to find the right recommendation. And if you want to have a look at the evidence underpinning the recommendation, you have to go vertical. This shows how the grade summary findings is in vertical format. Of course, I have a laptop, so I actually could have a look at this in a vertical way, but it doesn't work. So this was the starting point for everything we do in MAGIC. How could we improve guidelines so they work at the point of care as decision support? At the top here is the title of a paper published in Lancet a few years ago from Gordon Guyett and Ben Julbegovic, describing progress in evidence-based medicine a quarter century on. This is my favorite textbook, The User's Guides to the Medical Literature, showing how clinicians and patients now can share evidence and have discussions about what is best for the individual patient. So this is just one example of what represent major advances in standards and methods for guidelines and evidence-based medicine. And you could say the same for evidence syntheses and other parts of evidence-based medicine. I'll talk you through some of these advances in the next few slides to give you a bit more detail. Standards. Well, in 2011, the Institute of Medicine in the US published standards for trustworthy clinical practice guidelines. These standards delineate that guidelines are statements that include recommendations intended to optimize patient care. Perhaps that's not a big surprise, but more importantly, they are informed by a systematic review of the evidence and an assessment of the benefits and harms of alternative care options. Now, this is important. This table shows the specific standards describing how the guideline panel members need to be free of conflict of interest, how we need to critically appraise the evidence and rate the certainty, how we should provide clear recommendations with the strength, etc. These standards are very clear and important to the field of guidelines. Unfortunately, most guidelines do not meet these standards. And this is one example where we have some organizations who actually appraise and filter the trustworthy guidelines from the others. As an example, this is the ECRI Guideline Trust, and you can find scorecards where they have gone through the standards, and this particular guideline is scored as trustworthy. And this is a guideline on opioid therapy for patients with non-cancer pain. I'll show you this guideline in a minute in MAGIC app. Methods. Well, I think you all have heard about GRADE, and I won't take you through the details. But of course, if you use best current methods for how to critically appraise evidence and systematically and transparently move from evidence to recommendations, this also impacts on the process. This is just one example of how you can use GRADE and MAGIC app as a platform to move from clear questions in PICO format to make GRADE evidence summaries and move from evidence to recommendations with the evidence to decision framework and then published recommendations. But it still typically takes maybe 3 years for a guideline to be updated and published. And maybe it's not very easy to find either, which again is one of the reasons why we in MAGIC had to create this platform that you may also have heard about, the Magic Authoring and Publication Platform, Magic App. Now, again, lots to be said about this platform, but it means that guideline panels enter online using their account, and they create the entire guideline content in digitally structured formats, from the PICO questions to the grade evidence summaries to the recommendations and other important information, all structured and tagged in the database. This means we can publish in new formats. I'll give you examples of what we call multi-layered formats on all devices, finding recommendations first, then drill down. Plug recommendations into practice through electronic health records, for example. It should be easier to adapt the guidelines, for instance, an international guideline to a national guideline, or in the local protocol, reusing the evidence and the content. To the far right, we have tools for shared decision-making, automatically produced from grade evidence summaries. And up to the left, we have the arrow saying new evidence, dynamic updating. The idea was back in 2011 that if there is new evidence, we should just update that part of the guideline, because now the recommendations are the entities, because it's not longer a long PDF document being the entity. Now, the arrow to the left is important because it has resulted in a breakthrough for living evidence and guidance. I'll come back to this later in this presentation. This just shows a picture of what guidelines look like in this platform called Magic App. This is the opioids guideline from Canada, now being updated. It's from 2017. It gives a strong recommendation to not start with opioids, test other treatments first. If you want to find the research evidence, you click on the tab here. You could also click on the rationale or practical information or decision aids, but you could click and find the grade summary findings in an interactive format like this. So for all recommendations, you have the patient important outcomes like pain, you have the relative effects, the absolute effects, the certainty in the evidence, and the plain text summaries. Again, aligned with the trustworthy guideline standards. Now, this is all good, but we need to get to the topic of this talk, which is evidence ecosystems. So how did this come about for us? Well, in 2013, we had launched Magic App, but we felt increasingly troubled because who cares about guidelines published in better formats, available on all devices, etc., if they do not result in improved care. The challenges for evidence go way beyond guidelines for both patients and society. This picture shows some silos, and if you start out to the far left, the evidence-based research community are experts on detecting problems with evidence production. And you know that most research is waste. It's not reliable, not relevant for clinical practice, at least. In the next silo here, we have the evidence synthesizers. Well, unfortunately, there's a mass epidemic of flawed and useless systematic reviews as well. To the next silo, here you have those producing guidance, health technology assessments, guidelines, maybe decision aids. They struggle hard to base their recommendations and guidance on systematic reviews. They try to do their own, rather than working with the evidence synthesizers like Cochrane to produce targeted updates of systematic reviews to feed the recommendations. And then to the far right, we have the implementers, the quality improvers, the medical informatics people, all those trying to implement evidence into practice and evaluate impact on care. And we do work in silos. So this is really a big problem, which is why Magic in 2014 came up with what we called a digital and trustworthy evidence ecosystem. Again, with our perspective, we set out to create a conceptual framework and a model with the ultimate goal to increase value and reduce waste in healthcare and research. I'll take you to this in a bit of detail, because wouldn't it be great if there is more reliable and relevant research evidence from trials, cohort studies, qualitative research, big data, even real-world evidence and artificial intelligence. We do need more relevant and reliable evidence. And I think that's where the evidence-based research community has its key focus, at least up until this date. If this evidence is produced, it should flow seamlessly into evidence syntheses and systematic reviews that even are living, relevant, timely. Then this evidence should feed into health technology assessments, clinical practice guidelines, again, seamlessly, and serving the needs of, for instance, a guideline panel who phrased the PICO question and requested evidence syntheses and even subgroup analyses for their needs. Now, the guidelines and the HTA reports and decision aids would then be published in nice and user-friendly formats globally, worldwide, ready for adaptation and reuse at each and one country and healthcare system. At the bottom, we had the crucial step of implementation into practice and evaluation of impact. So how could we use decision support systems in the HR, registries, and other mechanisms to improve care and actually measure that we can have an impact on delivered care? But it doesn't stop here. It goes round and around and around. This should be followed by production of new evidence, again, ideally, embedded in registries as randomized controlled trials or cohort studies, and feed this loop that would gradually see better evidence to inform care in a cyclical process. Importantly, such an evidence ecosystem will never work unless the actors explicitly agree on some common standards we talked about, some methods, improved processes, and how we work efficiently together and share evidence, and technology and digitally structured data should even further facilitate and make the process more efficient. So this is a vision we had back in 2014. Now, in 2016, we had been working with organizations and we felt a bit frustrated because they struggle to change their work they do. So we thought, do we really need organizations to move from new evidence to trustworthy guidelines that are disseminated into practice? And we started a project to test if we could just be a network of people, the best clinicians, methodologists, patient partners without conflict of interest could actually do this work better than organizations and faster. This is the BMJ Route Recommendations Project that you may also have heard about. And we went to the journal BMJ and established a partnership to do this part of the evidence ecosystem better and faster. And we published about 21 guidelines, moving from new evidence to published guidelines within 90 days was the goal for this project. And you can read more about this, but it shows how we could work more efficiently and in evidence ecosystem by breaking down current ways of organizing our work. This shows how, this is a video on how the rapid recommendations work, and you can have a look later at the website. Another thing we focused on in Magic was to build strong partnerships with actors in the evidence ecosystems. And this would warrant both shared visions, a culture, and trust to collaborate. So we entered a partnership with Cochrane in 2016 within this evidence ecosystem. And then we also started working with something called the Australian Living Evidence Consortium linked to Cochrane to do living systematic reviews and living guidelines. And we'll come back to this later in this presentation. It just shows how we try to establish clear partnerships with organizations dealing with evidence and guidance. Sorry. Moving to 2018, I was made aware that there's going to be a series of papers in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology about evidence ecosystem models. And I was asked to write a commentary on these models Of course, I then realized, and I was not surprised, to be honest, that there were several evidence ecosystem models out there. So I'll take you through some of these models and discuss what are their similarities and potential differences. Here to the left, you can see a paper from the Italian GIMBI Association and Antonino Cartabellotta is heading this society in Italy. They host the Sicily conferences and evidence-based healthcare every second year. And here's their model. It's called the ecosystem of evidence. And it says it cannot thrive without efficiency of knowledge generation, synthesis, and translation. The picture shows the same cyclical process of evidence generation, synthesis, and translation. It's a very nice overview of different initiatives and organizations working at these different steps of the evidence ecosystem. Another series of papers came from the French Cochrane group. Having succeeded with the network meta-analysis, they describe in 3 papers what starts out to focus on evidence synthesis ecosystems to a full evidence ecosystem. And in the 3rd paper, they provide this picture. It shows how you could do living monitoring of trials, and then you could move to living network meta-analyses, living guidelines. So a very specific focus on evidence synthesis and guidelines moving into a living fashion. Then we have more evidence ecosystem models, of course. This is the evidence synthesis ecosystem from the Cochrane collaboration, showing how they work to improve their systematic reviews. Quite a lot of complexity here, and I'll not take you through all the details, but it is nicely aligned with the bigger evidence ecosystem, but again, focusing on that part of evidence synthesis. The Joanna Briggs Institute have a very nice model called the Wheel of Evidence, very similar to the digital and trustworthy evidence ecosystem, nicely covering the implementation step, which always has been a core focus for JBI. And finally, I was happy to find the evidence ecosystem model from the evidence-based research community. Again, a bit similar to the Sicilian model, where you have all these different actors and organizations working at different steps of the evidence ecosystem. Now, then in this paper I wrote up with Lynn Brandt, the Magic App Mastermind, and one of the co-founders of Magic, we went through these different models and we conclude as follows. We all come from the evidence-based medicine society, but we have slightly different perspectives. We all agree that there are problems with evidence at each step of the evidence ecosystem. The great emphasis is on solutions for evidence synthesis and to some extent also guidance, but a lot of emphasis on evidence synthesis. It is much less clear on how we solve problems on the knowledge translation step. So implementation of evidence and guidance into practice, followed by evaluation of impact and even production of new evidence. That's where I think we all struggle to provide clear solutions and demonstrate progress. Then Lynn and I went to the US and met with the Agency for Healthcare Quality and Research in 2018. We were invited to talk about our evidence ecosystem because they were doing learning healthcare systems. And a long story cut short, in 2007, the Institute of Medicine published a nice roundtable on evidence-based medicine called the Learning Healthcare System. The figure to the right shows a visualization of the learning healthcare system. To make it a bit simpler, this is the original figure from buddy Chuck Friedman, who made this model. It shows a loop with an afferent side in blue and an efferent side in red. The blue part is where the key focus is on the learning healthcare system. It's how do we assemble and gather data from practice? How do we analyze that data and interpret the evidence in what becomes the efferent part, which is the implementation into practice, evaluation of impact. The other big emphasis learning healthcare systems have is on decision support in the HR. We're working with HRQ in the big project now to see if we can understand each other. For us, this is a great match with the evidence ecosystem models. But again, the question is, how do we actually succeed in improving care through such a model? So I'll round off with a few examples how we think it is possible to enhance the evidence ecosystem. I'll use 2 examples in doing so. You heard about drugs for COVID-19, so I'll come to this with some answers to you. But first I'm going to talk about arthroscopic surgery for shoulder pain. The picture to the left shows that surgeons like to do arthroscopic surgery. Now the question is that if that is a good idea to offer patients today. So this is what happened for the case of shoulder surgery, where we thought a few years ago we could close the loop in Norway. At that time, in 2018, there were 2 sham trials showing that such surgery only had a placebo effect. We did a systematic review and synthesized the evidence to confirm no benefit. It was followed by a BMJ rapid recommendation, with a strong recommendation against such surgery. At the same time, the health minister in Norway launched a project to de-implement or disinvest in useless surgery. So we thought we could work in Norway with the big regional hospital trusts who were charged to disinvest in such treatments, with the national HTA system, the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, and used the National Health Atlas, which indeed showed great variation in practice for such shoulder surgery, to close the loop. But 2 years later, perhaps because the COVID-19 pandemic hit, we haven't been able to close the loop. So how do we do this? We're actually going to pursue this in a new project in Norway right now. Now, again, coming back to COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic and combined infodemic has been a breakthrough for living evidence and guidance in this evidence ecosystem to learn from. John had a few questions. How about getting trustworthy guidelines disseminated globally quickly for the questions he had about this antibody cocktail and others who may wonder about ivermectin? We probably do need to work within an evidence ecosystem to make sure he gets the right treatment at the right time in 2021. This shows our vision that has partly come through with the COVID-19 pandemic. We work in this evidence ecosystem, and we are able to produce or support the production of living guidelines with the World Health Organization, NICE in the UK and Australia for COVID-19, and in Australia also for other topics like stroke and kidney disease. But for COVID-19, here's what's happening. We're daily monitoring new trials for COVID-19 treatments. There's a team of 50 people at McMaster doing a living systematic review and network meta-analysis, so high quality evidence syntheses. They feed the guideline panels at the WHO and other organizations with targeted evidence summaries within a week or 2. Then the panel makes recommendations using grade, and it's published in Magic App and the BMJ accordingly. Actually, Australia succeeded back in April 2020 with living guidelines for COVID-19. And then NICE came along and did this from this winter. But the question is still, how do we implement the new evidence into practice? It is indeed very difficult. So if I had even more time, I'd give you details about how these guidelines look like in Magic. And here you can see the evidence summaries. Here's the living systematic review, a separate challenge in itself. Here's the living guidelines for Australia on their wonderful portal where you could find flowcharts and click and find all the evidence recommendations. But to round off, we do have a lot of remaining challenges. To give you a final example, MAGIC now want to do living guidelines for diabetes drugs. There's a lot of countries and organizations keen to join. In this case, there's so many trials, more than 700 trials, more than 400 patients showing that 2 new drugs are highly effective for those with diabetes because it reduces cardiovascular and renal outcomes. So how could we use this evidence ecosystem to go all the way from new evidence to guidelines published and available at the point of care, but not only available at the point of care, actually improving care? Well, in short, it warrants many factors to be in place. The actors need to explicitly agree on and make use of these specific standards, methods, processes, and platforms. It's a huge challenge. So to summarize, we made great advances in evidence-based medicine and guidelines. These standards, methods, processes, and platforms allow us to work within a much more well-coordinated and efficient evidence ecosystem. These different models have many similarities, but they have to some extent varying perspectives and maybe also competing interests. I think the future holds great promise if we could work together in such an evidence ecosystem. And I'm curious to see how the evidence-based research community could help to solve the remaining challenges. And thank you so much for listening.
Hello, and depending on where you are joining the second evidence-based research conference from, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I am delighted to join you all today, and I am honored to have been invited by the conference organizing committee to continue the conversation about the role of evidence-based research, or EBR, as well known to many of us attending the conference, within the evidence ecosystem. The conference organizing committee gave me the task of answering the question, does evidence-based research fit within the evidence ecosystem? In first contemplating how to answer this question, I thought that there could be several possible answers. For example, not at all. Yes, but only in terms of certain aspects of the ecosystem. And yes, throughout the entire evidence ecosystem. Although I am perhaps spoiling the ending, I will tell you that my answer is yes. Evidence-based research fits throughout the evidence ecosystem. And I will spend the remainder of the presentation conveying why I believe this to be true, and look forward to your thoughts as to whether you are in agreement or have a difference of opinion during the question and answer period to follow. However, before I share with you my rationale for why I think evidence-based research fits within the evidence ecosystem, I think it is important that I provide you with a working definition of evidence-based research. In addition to incorporating one's scientific environment and context, personal interests and ambitions, and the knowledge base, I consider an evidence-based approach as systematically and transparently acknowledging and using the existing body of evidence throughout the entire research process. Specific points of the research process that the evidence-based research community has commented on include the use of existing evidence when justifying and planning a new study, and placing the results of the new study in context. When evidence-based research was first defined, prior research was thought to be synonymous with systematic reviews. However, acknowledging advancements in our thinking, I believe we have now broadened our thoughts of prior research to evidence syntheses, or even broader, to existing evidence. Now back to the question at hand. As previously identified by Dr. Benvik, there are several evidence ecosystem models. But as was pointed out in his co-authored paper in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology, the models agree on the need to increase value and reduce waste through production of more relevant and reliable evidence. Thus, an almost exact fit of what we hope the impact of evidence-based research will be, with the common goal amongst the different evidence ecosystems. With the time I have today, I'm going to focus on the fit of the evidence-based research within the digital and trustworthy evidence ecosystem presented by Dr. Van Wyk. For those familiar with evidence-based research, the fit of evidence-based research in the ecosystem might be quite apparent. Perhaps at first glance, you see what I see, a fit within the produced evidenced component. Although I consider evidence-based research to have a direct and almost perfect fit here, I would propose going one step further to suggest a modification to the produced evidence component to formally integrate evidence-based research by adding planned, conducted, and disseminated using an EBR approach. The planning and conducted to capture the justification and design of the research within existing evidence and end user perspectives, and the disseminated to capture the placement of the results in the context of existing evidence. This said, I do think that another approach could be suggested, and that is to add another synthesized evidence component, which would inform the produced evidence component. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on which approach might best convey the fit of the evidence ecosystem and evidence-based research. As I've touched upon already, and well known to our evidence-based research community, existing evidence, and better yet, synthesized evidence, is one of the key components to the evidence-based research approach. Thus, synthesized evidence is likely another area where one would identify that there is a direct fit for evidence-based research within the evidence ecosystem. This being said, and consistent with the definition of evidence-based research that I offered at the beginning of the presentation, I would suggest a slight modification to the evidence ecosystem to change the term systematic reviews to evidence syntheses. Patient care decision aids are tools that help people become involved in decision-making by making explicit the decision that needs to be made, providing information about for determining the quality of patient decision aids. Two components of this criteria are that the patient decision aid or associated documentation describes how research evidence was selected or synthesized, and that the patient decision aid or associated documentation describes the quality of the research evidence used. Thus, another place within the evidence ecosystem where there is a fit for evidence-based research is within the produce and disseminate guidance component. An evidence-based research approach can be applied to the development of patient decision aids. First and foremost, patient decision aids are designed to take into account the end user perspective, which is consistent with the evidence-based research approach. They also use existing evidence to inform the presentation of benefits and harms. And this said, there's an existing Cochrane systematic review by Don Stacey and colleagues that actually synthesizes the evidence on decision aids for people facing treatment or screening decisions, which would be where to start when justifying the need to develop a new patient care decision aid from an evidence-based research approach. I also see evidence-based research having a role within the implement and evaluate component in the evidence ecosystem. I see this particularly relating to the area of implementation science. For those of you who may not be familiar with implementation science, it is the scientific study of methods to promote the uptake of research findings into routine healthcare in clinical, organizational, or policy contexts. Given that implementation science undertakes the same process in order to produce evidence, evidence-based research applies to implement and evaluate in the same way it applies to produced evidence in the evidence ecosystem. Let me give you an example. In a 2016 Lancet publication by Noah Ivers and Jeremy Grimshaw, they concluded that for more than a decade, existing evidence identified that audit and feedback was an effective way to improve care. But new studies continued to undertake the study of audit and feedback versus usual care alone, testing whether a particular version of audit and feedback could work in one particular setting for one particular purpose. Thus, in implementing and evaluating evidence within the ecosystem and applying an evidence-based research approach as offered by Noah Ivers and Jeremy Grimshaw, this could have improved the value of these implementation studies and reduced waste by considering alternative comparators instead of only standard care placebo, and using alternative methods such as sequential trials of interventions to compare various design components with embedded process evaluations. Using one of the examples from Dr. Van Vick's presentation that he so kindly shared with me, I wanted to provide an illustration of evidence-based research role within the evidence ecosystem. As was shared with us already, there was a systematic review that confirms no benefit of subacromial decompression surgery for adults with shoulder pain. And this review informed the development of BMJ rapid recommendations and other guidance, which then in turn informed the implementation of a national de-investment strategy in Norway. Thinking about the role of evidence-based research within this example, for produced and disseminate guidance, an evidence-based research approach could be used to develop patient care decision aids, which actually these decision aids have been developed and are available from BMJ Rapid Recommendations and the Magic app. And for implement and evaluate, an evidence-based research approach could be used to plan, conduct, and disseminate implementation science studies to evaluate the effect of strategies used to de-implement subacromial decompression surgery for adults with shoulder pain. And applying an evidence-based research approach, the systematic review would hopefully prevent a design and conduct of a new study evaluating subacromial decompression surgery for adults with shoulder pain and inform a new study, if there is going to be one, that would evaluate the evidence gaps for example, alternatives to surgery. Lastly, I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that the core elements, the core requirements or cogwells showed here that allow for the functioning of the evidence ecosystem are shared with the evidence-based research approach. Take, for example, the requirement for common methodology and standards. Within FBRACE, Working Group 2 is focusing on the development and teaching of methods to be evidence-based when doing clinical research. And their work has led to training schools that aim to promote a common methodology or process for applying an evidence-based research approach. Or another example, tools and platforms. As an evidence-based research approach involves the production and/or updating of evidence syntheses, the tools and platforms required within the evidence ecosystem for systematic reviews are a shared requirement for evidence-based research. And now a few final thoughts. I'm certain that my first concluding remark on this slide is not a surprise. My hope is that through this presentation, I provided support for this conclusion, yet I do recognize that there could be other examples that do demonstrate a fit of evidence-based research and the evidence ecosystem, but that there also may be diverging opinions, and I look forward to hearing those. However, given the fit that I proposed and consistent with the goal that we are trying to achieve with an evidence-based research approach, to create a new evidence ecosystem for evidence-based research, in my opinion, would be wasteful. Therefore, I challenge our evidence-based research community to work to improve existing evidence ecosystems, such as the digital and trustworthy evidence ecosystem presented here today, to improve and be more explicit about evidence-based research's role within the evidence ecosystem. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Great, thank you both. Sorry, the screen moves around. Thank you both for your interesting talk. And I want to remind people to please send questions to the chat, and we have a few here that I'll ask. And I'm going to frame this in a slightly different way. So one of the things that I think Per touched on was this issue of silos. And to give a concrete example, as you were talking and sharing your work with AHRQ and the evidence group there, it occurred to me that as a member of the Evidence-Based Practice Center program director, I had no idea that you were doing that. So even within our community, small community, you think there are silos. So so I guess a general question about your thoughts about the different ecosystems that have been developed and the silos and how we can avoid the silos. And a related question from Donna points out that just as with primary research, there's a lot of waste in evidence syntheses and guidelines. Everybody needs to do their own. There are examples of research questions for which there are more reviews than there are trials, for example. So what are your thoughts about how the evidence ecosystem can, or if it can, address these issues of silos and avoiding waste?
Yeah, thanks for some excellent questions there. And Jennifer, I guess we disagree about almost everything here, but we'll manage. Just kidding. this realization of silos, I think from our work came up with the different steps of the evidence ecosystem. And then even within our own EBM communities, we have silos. And then within organizations like HRQ or WHO or NICE, we work with massive silos. And I think they all could benefit from one conceptual framework that we could agree on and join and work together in. But then I think, and here I have some competing interests, of course, but we've seen these different models, and you could see we agree on the problems. We generally agree on the solutions, but when it comes down to exactly how to do this, I think many issues come at play. And for instance, I've been in the GIM board for 8 years, recently stepped down, but Guideline International Network. Talking to guideline organizations, they all acknowledge the duplication, the waste in guidelines, as is evident for reviews. And they all want to collaborate. My insight, our insight after these 8 years of this evidence ecosystem work is that it's never going to work unless you're able to really sit down and discuss and agree on standards, methods, processes, and platforms. And that's extremely hard. That takes a lot of work. It requires trust. It requires that each and one of us could give a little bit. So I don't want to underplay the challenges here. But I think unless we get to that point where we actually work within a specific conceptual framework, really get down to the details of standards, methods, etc., it's not going to work. It's just like a dream.
So a related question. Oh, sorry, Danny, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think a challenge for the evidence-based research community, you know, listening to Per talk and Donna's comment and your comment, Karen, is that I think we really have been very focused on sort of the unit, let's say, of analysis and evidence-based research as the primary study. But I think we also need to broaden our view of what that unit of analysis is, given that it's been quite demonstrated by Per's presentation today. And I think those of us working in the community, myself included, in the review community, especially during COVID, there was lots of redundancy in lots of ways. So I think we also need to challenge ourselves in the evidence-based research community to shift our focus not away from primary studies as the unit, but to be more inclusive of perhaps systematic and reviews and guidelines, and looking in, and I think that would just even more so lend to the collaboration that Per is speaking of, and how can we, you know, work together to improve the entire ecosystem, given, like I said, I'll wait to see if anyone disagrees with me, but given that, you know, I think evidence-based research really does, you know, have a fit throughout, so.
Yeah. So a related question, and I guess for both of you, really, from Renee, is this idea about local data, and how EBR or the evidence ecosystem should deal with the desire or the need, if you can say there's a need for local data, local guidelines, local syntheses.
Yeah, I saw that one. It's a good question, Renee. I think well, at least the way we envision this evidence ecosystem to work more efficiently is that basically evidence syntheses, and even in many situations, the guidance part should be global, international, and then you adapt contextualized for the national or local use. Like you can definitely find examples where working globally or internationally on evidence syntheses and guidelines, for example, would be not a good idea, like infectious disease and resistance and stuff like that. But overall, that's our vision. And it's driven by the realization that most countries, or I don't think any countries or organization now, can keep up with the evidence and guidance for a country or even a regional local context. So it's rather to make sure that the evidence synthesis is broad enough, so that all the stakeholders, all the actors are actually part of creating the questions in a PICO format, if appropriate, so that your information's needs are met when you deal with this at the national local level. So you could take away interventions not available in your country, or focus on some other specific outcomes than that particular international guideline, etc. So contextualizing the evidence, but also adding resources, applicability, feasibility, equity, which again, where we have standards and methods to have a systematic and transparent approach, which I like. EBR also wants to be systematic and transparent.
I think I would just add on that. I mean, I think in the produce and evidence, the produce and disseminate guidance component of the ecosystem, and even the implementation and evaluate, I mean, that's where the contextualization can really happen, right? So up until there, I think there is a possibility of using the same quote unquote, evidence-based, but then purposefully, whether the decision aids look different depending on the context, or, that might, like Per said, you might have to take away an intervention because it's not available. But I think that's where the evidence ecosystem allows, from my understanding, for that contextualization piece. But I think we need to challenge ourselves to reduce the duplication of effort and the waste that happens to producing the evidence. But I do think that Renee, to your comment, I think, the contextualization probably is going to be different depending on where you are. And I think that's okay. And I don't think that that's wasteful or redundant.
Right, right. So I had a question, and it's kind of for both of you, from a slightly different way. So in the evidence ecosystem, the COGS are about common methodology, things like interoperability of data, some of like what COCA is doing. But I think this is the first time I actually noticed that one of the COGS is trustworthy evidence. So I wondered how that became a COG, how it's envisioned that evidence gets into there to be trustworthy. And, why is that not a place for EBR? So it's a question for both of you then about the structure and about that COG.
If I could go first, Jenny.
Please do, because I almost need your response to reply. So go for it.
Yeah, it's a great catch. So in the most recent version of this model, we haven't put trustworthy evidence as one of the COGs, as one of the requirements. That's actually what we want to drive through the wheel. It's kind of the substrate to feed practice. So we also felt it was a little bit misplaced. You need all these requirements to make sure we actually end up with trustworthy evidence to inform healthcare. Now that trustworthy evidence may be highly uncertain or low certainty evidence. It's just about also communicating uncertainty. So even the term trustworthy evidence is a bit tricky because it could reflect high uncertainty. So, but no, I'll check, but I think it's out of the latest model.
So purely, probably a slip on my part not to pick that up, Karen. So well done, pushing me on that. I guess I would say, based on sort of Per's response, that maybe that COG should change to evidence-based research, actually, if that's the point. And I've hopefully have demonstrated how EBR can fit at each one. If we think of trustworthy evidence as, incorporating the evidence-based research approach, maybe we just change the COG to evidence-based research or evidence-based research approach. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's an interesting, I think, a very good point, because we're talking about requirements, things that need to be in place. And of course, to me, EBR is a concept that we should apply. And you made a great point at each and one of the steps of the evidence ecosystem. So just as a reminder that is the way to work, right? So maybe I'll just replace it if you want.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks, Per.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. This is a question for Jenny. it's not on the chat, so I'm just trying to phrase it. It was something I noted down. So the learning health system, which AHRQ is all about right now, is all about, one of the things they're interested in, obviously, is quote unquote real world evidence. So what do you think, and to your point that you said at the beginning, what our original focus was were, things like clinical trials and whether they base their justification on existing evidence. How do you see the role of EBR in real world evidence and the use of real world evidence? So for example, evidence from electronic health records.
Oh, that's interesting. I think I would, I'm going to use a specific example of electronic health records. First, my question back to you is, are you then saying evidence health records, which would then be integrated with clinical decision support systems? So based on the EHR that you then have, you're making real-time decisions? Or
it could be. I mean, I guess that's not to answer the question, but I mean, it could be using real world evidence. I'm going to say that in quotes. Real world evidence to supplement evidence syntheses, or to actually do a separate study on real world evidence. Yeah.
Okay. In your definition again of real world evidence,
so an example would be using the EHR, the data from EHR records, electronic health records.
Okay, or like data repositories, or even like big data, perhaps. Is that like other types of evidence in terms of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, to bring it back to the ecosystem, the idea is that it's that sort of that bottom part of the ecosystem, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there it's one of the things that there's so much data perhaps available in those, right? Depending on the way you slice it and look at it to inform your question. So from an evidence-based research approach, I would say, how does that inform the next new study, right? Or how does that inform the next way we're going to go? And I think it's that data is available in there. And then how do you, again, avoid redundancy in the way that everybody's sort of looking at that data? Because there's probably 1,000,001 ways you could actually look at that data. But just, sort of being purposeful about how you're going to use that data to inform the next new study. But I definitely think that that kind of real world evidence clearly has a role in terms of informing the new studies. And I mean, to that, I think that is interesting because, again, I think that would push the boundaries of our evidence-based research approach, where I think it's great that we've made this shift now to say, like, even existing evidence, right? And, we started, like I said, prior research, and then we were using systematic reviews. I even personally, started to use, and I know others have evidence syntheses, but perhaps existing evidence is actually the best term to be using, because it would better capture this real world evidence. Because if that evidence, is gathered in a systematic and transparent way, it can be and likely should be used to inform new studies. And perhaps that's something, again, I think we need to think about it as a community. So does that answer your question? Hopefully I'll stop there.
Yeah, okay.
Now I want to comment on this. I think the term real world evidence is extremely, I wouldn't say useless, but it's just clouding the picture. I think where we come from, at least in this EBM community, we have our methods to appraise evidence. Real world evidence may be high certainty evidence that could trump any focused trial done by researchers, but it has to be appraised and synthesized and then transformed into guidance and go into practice. It's much more challenging, I think, with big data or AI in particular, so artificial intelligence, where at least we want to get our hands dirty to see how AI could inform practice. How do we appraise artificial intelligence through this black box? Because I think for the other evidence, and I agree, HRQ in their Learning Health System project have a great focus on data in practice, and big data and real world evidence.
Yeah.
But they tend to get a bit lost in that kind of evidence, right?
Yes.
And you really can't jump corners if you're going to change practice based on that kind of evidence. So that's where I think the EBR community, EBM community, and we together should stand strong and say, well, let's just be clear that real world evidence is other evidence needs to be appraised.
Yeah, it's seen as sort of this, one of the phrases used really like a magic bullet, this real world evidence, it'll solve all our problems, but yeah.
But even I would just add to that end, I mean, again, going back to the concept of contextualization, right, let's say the evidence we in the EBM community, like Claire said, are, used to basing decisions on, based on what's the data showing about the baseline prevalence of this disorder. Do I have high risk, low risk patients, right? That might contextualize the data about, and the evidence about what intervention I might be, like offering and talking to patients about, or, oh, do we have to develop a different decision aid for low risk patients versus high risk patients, depending on that. So I think that maybe it would have even a better role in terms of the contextualization piece, what's going on in my context, what can big data help me contextualize?
And Renee makes another good point in the chat, the difference between real world data and real world evidence. As the last is hypothesis driven question answer with routine data. I think that's what you're getting at, Jenny. Again, I think we have some examples, for instance, from Sweden, Sweetheart, wonderful registry-based randomized trial and cohort study, or many of them actually. That is just an example where just get the methods right, do proper research on real world data, and it will have a major impact on practice. That's kind of the dream we have in that last part of the evidence ecosystem, even if it's integrated in the EMR, so you could get access to data of high quality. That would be spectacular.
Yeah. So there are two questions that are somewhat related. An early one from Hans. How can, how can an evidence ecosystem help increase the number of necessary and relevant or valuable research? And I think the related question came later from Renee about at what point in the evidence ecosystem do we cycle back to funders or help inform research agendas? So I think those are sort of related. Quite well, I think they're related. Maybe you can determine if you think they're related.
Jenny, you go first.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. So to Hans's question, Karen, can you repeat that one more time? Because I was listening, but also trying to inform.
Yeah. So the first question was how can the or a evidence ecosystem help increase the number of necessary and relevant studies or valuable research?
Yeah, so I think to take that on first, I mean, I hope I've demonstrated that by, if you, in following through the ecosystem, right, it includes synthesized evidence, which I gave that example that Per also used, right? If you appropriately use the evidence that's been disseminated, that's been produced, right, it should filter back in, like in that example about subacromial surgery. It filters right back in to say, there's been, there's redundancy, surgery is not necessary. You go through, you keep going through, get that information out, start to de-implement, right? If that systematic review exists from an evidence-based research approach, right? We talk about having to do a systematic review or even update a systematic review. But if that's a fairly timely review when you're about to embark on some research, maybe you can just even use it as is and say that this in the evidence gap that's so clearly pointed out within BMJ Rapid Rex is, other alternatives need to actually be looked at, right? And let's stop looking at surgery and let's look at some of the alternatives. So I think to me that clearly represented how the ecosystem, if you follow through, leads us to, having better studies, right? More valuable studies.
Right. So I guess the follow-on question is then related to if the implementation shows that we should stop studying something, or we should start studying something. I can't say that very well. Who gets that information? How is that message implemented?
Yeah, so I think that goes to, I'd say, borrow from Per directly, but, looking at the, cogwheels or the requirements for the evidence ecosystem, you have culture for sharing and innovation, right? And coordination and support, and even common methodology and standards. I think that's where the collaboration piece really comes into mind, and we actually shouldn't be in silos. And I think FBRACE is a good example where we have a whole working group, one that's trying to consider patients, funders, research ethics committees, journal editors, all the stakeholders in evidence-based research. So, I'll let Per speak to directly if that's embedded in those requirements, but to me, I would see that really is what that JCE series that Per co-authored was like. We need to not work in silos, even from that degree, right? It's all about collaboration. So I think if you have all of those people as part of the requirements or part of the middle of the ecosystem, then it just is a natural fit, right? They're a part of it all along in that way.
Yeah, if I could add to that, there are some particular groups of people that we haven't been able to get to join the evidence ecosystem. And I think the funders are one. Of course, each in one country, if you look at the country level, have different funding agencies. I was in the Netherlands, and curious, Renee, if you are from the Netherlands, I'm looking at your last name. But anyway, I went to the Netherlands repeatedly and presented the evidence ecosystem model to ZonMW, which is the funder, and the Kennis Institute, and they were all there, and it was a wonderful workshop. And I was impressed to see how the practice, the people from practice, general practitioners, etc., helped set up priorities for research to the funders and the government based on what evidence was out there and what the needs were from patients. So there's some examples where I think the funders are actually working well in the evidence ecosystem. If you take a global example of COVID-19 and some particular drugs that now we know should not be given, like hydroxychloroquine, when WHO gave a strong recommendation against that drug, there were still more than 100 trials registered or ongoing with hydroxychloroquine across the world. And of course, now we even have living registries of planned and ongoing trials, so we could monitor this. And it just seemed there's this broken evidence ecosystem there, a silo, where the funders keep on actually funding those trials. The trialists continue to enroll patients, even when all the big organizations who produce trustworthy guidelines say, stop it. This is actually doing more harm than good. So, one of the things I've been very curious about is, if we're going to get this evidence ecosystem to work, who is going to orchestrate? Who's going to be that central organization to coordinate, support, educate, facilitate? Well, that's another tough question. So who would be the one to communicate with the funders in a way that the funders would find helpful? And of course, there would be many organizations and research groups that would disagree with the interpretation of the evidence in these guidelines, but and that makes it pretty confusing for the funders as well. So again, how do we include the funders? A key question.
I think that's where, again, I think collaboration. I think from even still being on the uptick for evidence-based research, I think we've tried to do a good, of reaching out to existing funders and have, they've the evidence ensuring value in research, the evidence funders forum, right, has really taken on the evidence-based research approach and trying to implement that. So, I mean, I do think that that's where, you know, leveraging different collaborations, you know, like just how do we work to, it's a fundamental question. How do we all work together better, right? And not siloed, and, you know, leverage existing relationships and existing knowledge. I think that's, you know, and I think the evidence ecosystem tries to embed that, you know, and I think we all need to do a better job of that.
So a related question came in from Donna, and that is how, she wasn't talking about funders, but I think it also relates to funders, is how do we make the evidence ecosystem more accessible, easier to understand, imperative to use for researchers, for clinicians, and I would add for funders, or other people making those kinds of decisions. You know, is it just us folks in EBM, EBR world talking about it? How do we get people to use it? Or maybe you know that they are or they're not. Maybe I don't know. Have you not evaluate, but have you assessed whether people are using it? How would we assess if people were using it?
Using what? Sorry, exactly.
The evidence ecosystem. Like if people had really taken it on, how would we know?
So, yeah, so I think I'd be very open to hear what others would find a good approach, but in MAGIC and the projects we work on is actually to demonstrate increased value and reduce waste. So real-time demonstrations for selected topical areas. Then at least you could show for certain topics or examples, we are able to collaborate and it will produce better care. But I think, so the French group who has this evidence ecosystem series and very focused on living network meta-analysis, and they have succeeded very well with COVID. Weekly updated NMA that people could get evidence summaries from, and it's wonderful. They proposed people getting together on certain topics, and I think that's what we have landed with as well. And that's coming back to your point, Hans and Renee. Yes, I do think we need orchestration. We need someone to play that role, but that'd probably be a consortium of the actors or collaborators, because power and control and well, policies and egos, everything comes into play. So we're piloting this now with the diabetes guidelines I mentioned briefly, where we have the big societies in cardiology, nephrology, diabetes. We have some countries who actually want to share their work on evidence synthesis and guidelines. Exactly how they're going to collaborate on the guidelines part is just totally unclear to me, because the societies in particular have some very vested interests, even some financial conflicts of interest. Mm-hmm. But again, in that pilot would be MAGIC Foundation to try to orchestrate and bring people together and negotiate and make sure we agree if we're going to do this on standards, methods, etc.
Yeah, so maybe to push back and maybe Jenny can also address this, because I'm asking this not really altruistically, but also selfishly in some ways. How do you measure the impact of your works? So that's something we're struggling with within the EBR network, is how do you show that you're making a difference? So you said you're going to evaluate that waste. Well, how do you measure that you minimize waste or reduce waste?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that, because that's our big new research project.
Great.
Called Enhancing the Evidence Ecosystem, E3. And of course, then you have to go looking into a country or one specific region, and you have to do the hard work of implementation science. So we will implement these guidelines on diabetes drugs even in the EHR, test some new approaches, because we know that decision support in the EHR is limited in terms of effectiveness, but we'll test new approaches and then do quality improvement and then use registries and actually get to the relevant outcomes to demonstrate increased value or reduce waste. There's no way, in my view, around that. And that's, of course, hard, tough work. But that's what we feel we just have to demonstrate in this evidence ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just add, I mean, I think with the diabetes guidelines, I mean, that's a huge, that you could actually show this is what could have happened had we not done it this way, right? All these organizations would have had their own guidelines, right? There would have been no collaboration. And so you then, you know, even take what's happening now, right? Perhaps there's different recommendations based on the same evidence. And so you can almost maybe in evaluation, this is what would have happened if we hadn't done what we were doing. And now this is what happened, right? So comparing, which is not even really theoretical, but you can really show what would have happened, especially in the terms of the diabetes guidelines. And then this is what happened when we all, you know, use the same evidence, apply the evidence ecosystem piece. It's just one thought I had.
Karen, could we hear from Hans? He says collaboration, yes, centralization, no.
Sure, I'll let him speak for himself. Yeah. That wasn't a question, so I didn't ask you. It seemed like we're pretty declarative. He was, yeah, go ahead.
No. I mean, we have this challenge all the time. We need collaboration. We need to coordinate. I mean, I like your example, Karen, that you were not even aware that Per was attending HRQ, and I think that's really a challenge, and we need to have this organized collaboration. But we also need to make sure that it is what maybe it's a too cliche, but democratic in a way. So all have a say, even though that someone is taking responsibility for the actions. And I think, Per, I remember when you presented this silos in 2013 in Sicily. And I mean, the world has changed a lot since then. Just the concept of ecosystem have really made us all think in another way of this. How can we make sure that all the parts are collaborating in a way? But it's really demanding to ask for a central organization to take care of all of this. We need to have some. That's just what I'm thinking, that we need to have collaboration. We need to be aware of all the different approaches with the same goal, but also make sure that each of those small parts are running in their own pace and in their own way, if that makes sense. So we are not saying there's only one way to be evidence-based. There's only one way to have valuable research and so forth. I hope that makes sense.
I think it's a good point, Hans, because there's for sure no one way to synthesize evidence and agree on recommendations that would fit everyone.
Nope.
But if we are going to succeed with much more rapid updating of evidence syntheses and guidelines and adhere to those pretty challenging standards for trustworthy guidelines and use grade methods, which is challenging in terms of methods expertise, somebody has to give. You have to say, okay, we will, for instance, NICE, who has their own peculiar way of using grade these days for certain guidelines, would have to say, okay, in this collaboration, we're going to sit down and discuss it, and we will agree upfront that this is the way we're going to work. This is the process. This is how we will apply the standards and methods. Again, I don't think it's going to work ever if the actors will not come to that agreement. Not saying it is the only way to do things, but in this collaboration, this is the way we're going to do it. Or else I think we're fooling ourselves.
But what question for you, Per? Could you imagine a friendly competition between 2 or 3 ways of grading the evidence, for example, or 2 or 3 ways to state that this is valuable research, or this is
well, not even a competition. You could set it up as a study or an evaluation.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just
complex competition.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think there should be room for different approaches with the same goal.
Yes, and I think if So that's what I would call replication, not duplication. And people arguing that the COVID-19 guidelines differ and that's a massive problem. I would say it's not a massive problem if they have applied the method standards in a good way, and there are different reasons why they end up with different conclusions. Yeah. Many examples where that is appropriate. But I'm not concerned about this, Hans. It's never going to be one guideline in the world. It's going to continue to be an epidemic of reviews and guidelines, and most of them are going to continue to be waste. So it's about reducing duplication and waste, not you will never get rid of it.
So I do wonder back, so Hans, back to previous discussion about to whom or who takes on the responsibility of feeding back the evidence gaps or research gaps or the needs to funding agencies. Is that, I think Per was suggesting somebody kind of needs to take ownership of that right now that doesn't really happen. So within a collaborative model, who does that?
EBR should do it. You guys.
yeah. Actually, you got a point, Per. You got a point because I was thinking about this exactly. You have all those data. I mean, in Denmark, where everyone had a number, the same in Norway, every citizen is under full control of the state. So we have all the information of every patient with everything going on. So there's a number of databases with all, for example, survivors of cardiac arrest. All the survivors, with no exceptions, are in the same database with qualitative and quantitative data. And there's actually one PhD student here in the same city as I'm living. She's doing a study where she's using this data to inform her arguments for a new study to evaluating a new rehabilitation of survivors of cardiac arrest. And if we are, as an EBR community, are really making clear that within those repositories are so many kind of data that can inform, together with the evidence from systematic reviews, together with the qualitative studies of the end users, you will have a very faceted and nuanced what do you call it, a group of evidence that can inform valuable research, inform whether it is valuable, whether it's worthwhile, is it really relevant, needed by the society, is there really a research gap, and you can combine those information.
I was gonna add, I actually don't think it's anyone, I think there needs to be, and I think we've seen this with the EBIR Funders Forum, but I think there needs to be an intrinsic motivation of different stakeholders, including funders, to want to be evidence-based in the research that they fund, that they publish, that they approve from an ethics perspective. So I think, and then, we as a community can work with them to help that happen, right? I mean, we also, those of us close to the funders know that even within the funders themselves, they've been doing meta research, using that meta research to try and identify what can they improve. So, I mean, I think we can do a better job as this in the evidence synthesis world of communicating the redundancy and the gaps. But I think there is intrinsically, I think the other stakeholders need to be motivated to want to do this and want to avoid waste. So that's just what I would say.
Yeah,
I agree.
So I'm conscious of the time and eating into the break. Thank you so much to our speakers, and I will say that my understanding is that we'll all still have access to the chat, so we can continue the conversation and discussion about how EBR in the ecosystem fits together or doesn't fit together, and how to make some improvements. So thank you both very, very much for your informative and entertaining talks. Thank you.
Thanks so much. It was fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Welcome to this second keynote session. I am Hans Lund and will be chairing the session together with Caroline Blaine, who will assist me figuring out all the questions you have. This is actually the title of this keynote is the production of knowledge. And in the 3 steps ecosystem, as the one we have created the entire conference around, this is the first part, production of knowledge. But we have selected a very specific topic within that big topic of production of knowledge, namely the involvement or the engagement of the end users. And by end users, we mean those who will use the research results or who will be affected by the research results. So the engagement of the end users in the preparing or the producing of research. We are so lucky to have 2 very interesting speakers today. The first one is Jennifer Johannessen, who writes lectures and consults on healthcare practice and policy related to patient-centered care, patient engagement and partnership in research, and critical thinking in clinical practice. I will emphasize here that Jennifer co-hosts a podcast called Matters of Engagement, which is about the patient engagement and partnership. In addition, she holds a Master of Science in Bioethics degree from the Clarkson University and is based in Toronto, Canada. This is the first keynote, and I will introduce the second one as well, because we will have both of them in succession, and then we will have a common discussion. So the second keynote today is Heather Menzies Mundekos. She's living in Norway, but is originally from Canada as well. She's Dr. Philos as a researcher at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health. She is co-founder of the Great Circle approach and the transfer approach, which is related to the production of systematic review of qualitative research and the use of qualitative research in decision-making. She has been conducting systematic reviews of effectiveness and qualitative evidence synthesis for 10 years. Her research interests focus on using user-centered design approaches to develop methods and tools to improve the usefulness, relevance, and usability of systematic review findings, and also improve stakeholder representation in evidence-informed decision-making processes. So first, I will give the floor to Jennifer Johannessen, please.
Hi, thanks so much for tuning into this presentation. It's been a little while since I've prepared a talk like this, and I'm always glad to have an opportunity to share some critical ideas about patient partnership in research, especially to a new audience. A quick note before I start, I'll be making a transcript of this recorded talk and providing it to the organizers of this conference. But if you're watching this video and don't see a transcript and would like one, please email me at jen.johannessen@gmail.com and I'll send it to you. I'll also be posting this on my blog at johannessen.ca. I've written and spoken quite a bit about the topic at hand, focusing primarily on some of the rationales and implications of bringing patients or end users into the health research process. My work doesn't delve into improvement per se. I don't have a lot to talk about when it comes to how to make things better or more meaningful or more impactful, or whatever the measure of success may be for a given project. I'm more interested in questions that traditionally spring from the social sciences, like why and why now, who benefits, what are the harms, and what is the cost. To help give some context to this discussion, I'll first share a couple of things about myself. First, I'm Canadian, And this matters for this discussion because our healthcare system has a strong culture of patient engagement and participation. My work stems from close examination of the evolution of engagement in a place where it's reached some maturity as a practice. And second, I speak from both personal experience and academic study. I've been an engaged patient for decades, starting from my first pregnancy about 25 years ago. I then went on to study bioethics and have embarked on a decade-long quest now to push against establishment ideas in healthcare. I'd like to think of myself as an outsider, but here I am doing things that firmly locate me on the inside. I can't reconcile this, so I'll just leave that to remain a contradiction. So, Canada. I've lived all of my life in and around Toronto. All of my healthcare and health research experiences have been here and have been experienced through the lens of a middle-class and non-Indigenous upbringing. Many Canadians tend to think of us as having a single national healthcare system, like the NHS in England, but that's not quite right. Each province or territory has its own health authority and health insurance plan, so care and coverage differ from region to region. In the case of health research, we have a national funding body called the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, or CIHR, and they have a national strategy for patient-oriented research known as SPOR, S-P-O-R. Now, the definition of patient-oriented research has evolved over time to essentially become synonymous with patient-partnered research, which means the goal is for patients to be involved in research at all levels, not just as participants, but as advisors and planners, co-investigators, co-authors, maybe involved in ethics review, and all the way from framing research questions to implementation, evaluation, and knowledge translation. CIHR-funded health research projects require that applicants state how patients are planned to be involved, and this carries significant weight in funding decisions. Now, beyond involvement in just health research, we also have a culture of patient engagement, where patients are involved at all levels of healthcare service design and delivery. This includes patient advisory committees, patient project groups, patients as trainers in medical education, and patients on hiring committees. Whether required by funders or simply part of cultural expectations, the ethos of engagement is deeply embedded throughout every aspect of healthcare. My critique of patient engagement and partnership arises from this context, where there's not only a push from patients to be part of decision-making, but a mandate from governments to include patients in health research. While many researchers have come to accept and even embrace this shift, it's worth noting that the impetus for mandating the inclusion of patients across the board did not seem to come from the research community. The demand for a mandate to include patients comes from funders, administrators, policymakers, and of course from a subset of patients who are interested in engagement. It's for this reason that I think of it as a social or cultural phenomenon. Now, allow me another minute or two to share my personal experience, which led me to all of this. My first engagement experience was very early on in my own intensive healthcare journey. I had a son, Owen, his picture is right behind me, who was born with multiple severe disabilities and health conditions. Owen died about 10 years ago when he was 12. Now, his issues started very early. He'd had procedures in utero and then was born at 28 weeks. I'd had a, frankly, terrible interpersonal experience during the diagnostic ultrasound. And when Owen was still in intensive care, one of the doctors asked if I would be willing to share my story at an upcoming sonographers conference. Now, this was mere days after Owen was born. I was still in shock and traumatized, but I actually didn't care. In fact, this felt like a gift, a way to make sense of what had happened and to talk openly about my experience and to maybe impact others. And I was just so flattered. I prepared that talk for weeks. I spoke nervously to a room full of specialists and researchers and was met with much applause and teary eyes, and I was hooked. I took every invitation after that I was offered, speaking to medical students and writing articles, delivering lectures, sitting on advisory committees, and I helped design a patient survey for a study on which I was listed as a co-author. Now, at the time, it was all volunteer, and it also became a significant part of my identity. I didn't use this term at the time, but I have friends in similar situations now who call themselves medical moms or medical parents. And that usually entails a deep dive into the medical and technical ins and outs of our children's conditions. And I think to a large extent also includes volunteer work in advocacy, peer support, and health system improvement, and sometimes contributing to health research. In this respect, being a patient engaged in your own care and being a patient engaged with the healthcare system become quite enmeshed. And because of our culture of engagement, engaged patients in Canada are often involved in many different kinds of projects across the healthcare spectrum. Now, some may have preferences or particular training, but most engaged patients I know participate in both organizational improvement and health research. And in fact, often organizations with research activities or affiliations share the same resource pool of engaged patients. Now, over the years, my son's needs and concerns became ever more complex and requiring specialized attention. And at the same time, like my fellow medical moms, my activities as an engaged patient continued to increase. But at some point, on both trajectories, my energies really started to wane. I grew more skeptical, more fatigued. The change or improvement that was promised on both sides was never realized. On the clinical side, our physicians were certainly expert and caring and always gave me room to make decisions. But over time, I started to see that medical care is not delivered in a vacuum. It was not purely about science or medicine. There was a perspective with lots of assumptions about disability and deafness, neurodevelopment, how to measure improvement and success, ideas about inclusion and special education. I also noted that there were plenty of assumptions about how much work I was expected to perform as my son's therapist and personal support worker and parent. And all of it was based on assumptions that were never articulated explicitly, and frankly, maybe not even known to any of us. It was just in the air that we breathe. I think generally we understand that healthcare service delivery is both an art and a science. And I would also say it's economics and politics and culture. And we kind of know this, I think, right? We see these other aspects come into much sharper focus in times of stress, like in a pandemic, when we must ration care, triage emergencies, rank how much we value cognitive abilities and physical function. As individuals, we also see this when we experience long-term chronic illness or disability. The economic, political, and cultural assumptions that we're all immersed in really start to reveal themselves. So yes, we received excellent medical care, but as I grew tired of performing as a medical mom, and as my son failed to achieve any of these heroic physical feats we set before him, I really felt the weight of these unreflected assumptions. And then on the other side, there was engagement, which for medical moms like me was a concurrent and intertwined experience that was inseparable from my intense healthcare experience. I felt that regardless of how personally rewarding it occasionally felt, my inclusion was always tokenistic, or maybe symbolic is a better word. My presence served a purpose well beyond my actual contribution, which is not to say that I didn't have occasional impact, but that would have been incidental, maybe a happy accident. The point was simply to have a patient involved, regardless of what they were able to contribute. The value of my presence was simply assumed. Now, there was more to it too, which I've addressed in other talks, but I'll just mention here. Engagement gave me a safe space in which to channel my discontents and my advocacy energy. I was gently coached and guided into being helpful and productive, and occasionally pressed into service for free communications or administrative work. So why have I spent all this time describing all of this? Because I think in places where involving end users in research design is not yet common practice, where engagement and partnership does not yet have widespread adoption, the idea feels novel and rings true. It seems obvious that it's the right direction to go, and it's also such a fast-moving train, it would be near impossible to stop. But I suggest that it's never too late or too early to consider what else might be at play and to challenge some of the assumptions that go by unexamined. Through all of my reckonings, I have not lost faith in the healthcare system. Quite the contrary. Rather, I would say I've broadened or shifted my understanding about what I think is happening. Yes, there is research and science and medicine and evidence and treatment, but there are also human beings involved, which means politics and agendas, power and control, management over bodies and ideas, which of course is the case everywhere in all of our institutions, maybe even is the point of institutions. The bottom line here is that it is not just science driving healthcare and health research. The very fact that in this conference we're delineating evidence-based research from, I guess, other kinds of research, I assume this means you probably understand this. But we rarely consider what these other levers are, the ones that get pulled to direct, improve, or otherwise impact society. Now, in some cases, levers get pulled to make service delivery more manageable and predictable, efficient, and safe. And these levers are things like policy nudges or ethics review or triage procedures. In other cases, levers are pulled to settle people down, to calm unrest, to foster contentment, and to manufacture satisfaction, to deliver a good experience. And these levers include patient experience programs, patient-centered care practices, patient feedback mechanisms, and quality improvement programs. We use the language of business, which gives it a bit more oomph. We treat patients like customers, try to innovate, and continually improve. Now, when it comes to healthcare and health research, these levers are not deployed to support or nurture science, but rather to appeal to a demand for progress, competitiveness, efficiency, and also reputation, legitimacy, and influence. And this is where I think patient partnership finds itself, not as a way to improve research, but a way to address something else. I call it a phenomenon because it's obviously happening, and we can't always say exactly why. I call it an ideology because it's a belief system that comes with its own circular justification. It's also really modern in the way it can be flexible and malleable. It appeals to our sense of patient rights and advocacy and even activism. There's a sense of identity politics, ideas of populism, where out-of-touch experts need to hear from real patients, and where we tussle over contested ideas of expertise and power and the ways in which democratic societies express or govern themselves. Involving end users in health research. It's such a simple and obvious idea, yet embedded is a lot of complexity if one chooses to look. I do try to chip away at some of these ideas, but I just can't hold it all in view, especially all at once. And there are many waves that swell and crash and then dissipate. It's hard to hold on to. And as I talked about earlier, it's very hard to separate a person's experience as a patient, which may have been life-changing and extraordinary, from their desire to try and help improve health research or healthcare service delivery. Casting doubt on the entire engagement enterprise, it's a tricky business. Now, in all of my inquiries into this phenomenon of patient engagement, especially here in Canada, I've had a lot of thoughts and theories, but there's really only one thing I feel certain about. It's that it's not about the science. There was no evidence to suggest we should include patients in the way that we're doing it before its popularity surge of the last 10 to 20 years. The idea came first, and now we're trying to catch up to explain why we might want to call it a good thing. And on that point, there is indeed a growing body of research about engagement and partnership. It tends to center on matters of implementation and quality, meaning, was it done well? Did patients and researchers enjoy themselves, appreciate the experience? Did they feel they learned something from each other, and was it fulfilling? Did the patient partner feel valued and heard, and did the researcher communicate well and invite everyone's perspective? And maybe the question that's most relevant is, did the engaged patients change the course of the research or act as a catalyst in some way? Was it meaningful? The holy grail of engagement. Now, as I said, Casting doubt on the engagement enterprise is tricky. Even I hear how cynical it sounds when I suggest that meaningfulness is unimportant or that claims of impact seem arbitrary. The truth is that I'm actually aligned with some of the goals of patient engagement. Healthcare and health research should address the concerns and interests of those who are most affected. If I were in charge, I would certainly choose relevance over irrelevance. If there are ways to steer research closer to meeting patient needs and solving their problems, or to being communicated better, or to being more readily taken up by patients and the public, I'll go on the record as saying I'm on board. But here's the thing. We already have established research methods and process to do these things, some of which I know the EBR community advocates for, including comprehensive literature review, qualitative or mixed methods research, community-based research approaches, and various priority setting and outcome measures exercises. We know that we can gain a rich understanding of patient needs and interests through existing research methods. So, let's consider what else is gained by adding partnership into the mix. The first thing that comes to mind is that partnership provides an opportunity for a potentially satisfying participatory experience for the individuals involved. And often meaningfulness is measured by looking at things like interpersonal or group dynamics, not at, say, whether partnership impacted society, or whether the assembled group in any way represented the interests of a broader spectrum of patients, or whether non-engaged patients endorsed the contributions of engaged patients. Another reason we might add partnership, instead of just doing research, is that saying patients were involved is a bit of a shorthand. It's a way to signal to the outside that a particular study or project thinks of itself as being patient-oriented. It suggests a spirit of collaboration and says something about intent, but nothing about quality of implementation or practice. And finally, partnership provides ready access to patient perspective more quickly and easily than doing research. The risk here is that this proximity to patient thoughts and ideas, and also the loose way we use the word partner, which brings with it notions of equity and equality, well, it just might feel sufficient. The need for a literature review or a survey or a focus group or some other research method that would validate an idea, well, it may just feel less urgent if you have real patients in front of you giving you answers. Now let's take a moment to acknowledge that there is real value in talking to patients and that much can be learned. Thinking about this point, I'm reminded of a paper titled Learning from Patients, Constructions of Knowledge and Legitimacy in Hospital-Based Quality Improvement Programs. The first author is Paula Roland. Now, this paper isn't specifically about involvement in health research, but I think it presents some useful ideas. In this qualitative study, the authors argue that organizations don't learn directly from patients per se, but are learning from what they call constructions of patient subjectivities, which could be a way to describe what animates a patient's legitimacy as an advisor from the perspective of the organization. In the paper, they identify 3 constructions. The first is process informant, where the patient displays legitimacy by providing details and insights about organizational process or practice. And then there's vessel of meaning, where the patient relays a usually carefully crafted story of their experience as a patient in an emotive way, generating an affective or emotional response. And finally, there's critical friend. I think of this construction as a kind of dialogue partner or trusted confidant who may shed light, discuss challenges, and help to sharpen the focus of a project. These are not necessarily roles or types of people. These are frames through which to view how patient knowledge and experience gets organized and presented as legitimate in an organizational advisory context. Now, these kinds of analytic frames I think are useful because they can take us past assumptions about what is happening. We know engagement isn't science, but it also isn't magic. If we demystify what's happening, if we stop romanticizing it, we can perhaps move our attention from the seemingly magical powers of patient knowledge and experience, which you'd think by some accounts get conjured just by assembling patients in a room, to the extractive nature of what organizations are asking of patients. We can use the word partner all we want, but rarely is there partnership or equity in terms of decision-making and influence, power, and compensation. It's much more likely that patient partners are playing a supportive role, subordinate to the research and institution, and that they have been enrolled to satisfy agendas that are both seen and unseen. So if you're doing evidence-based research, where does patient partnership fit in? It exists on an entirely different plane from the research itself. To ask if it's evidence-based is to miss the point of why some think it should be a new standard for research. And to me, it's a contradiction and not reconcilable. And yet, the phenomenon continues to take hold and shift and grow. You may have heard accounts from both researchers and patient partners about how partnership experiences can be impactful and transformative, individually and for the project. So even when it's hard to specify impact, I actually believe it. Why not? When interested and engaged people come together over a common purpose, creative and productive things can happen. So it's reasonable to ask, why not surround yourself with dialogue partners, or invite someone to illustrate patient impact with a real-life story, or seek advice from someone who can shed light on something you don't know? Sure, I can see why it's argued that mandates and frameworks and contracts are what allow these moments of learning and connection to happen more frequently. So let's go on the assumption that hearing from or consulting with individual patients is a reasonable part of a researcher's process. But let's keep in mind two things. First, I think these consultative practices should only be taken up with the knowledge that they do not replace evidence-based methods for grounding work in a scientifically rigorous process. Whatever ideas come of these encounters should be validated in the literature or through further research. And much like any sort of data collection method, there should be an analytic process through which patient input is understood and contextualized, which I suppose makes it start to look more like research. In other words, patient partnership should not be considered sufficient for understanding or addressing patient needs and interests. And my second thought is that while these may ultimately be useful practices from an organizational or institutional perspective, there is very little about patient partnership that is, in fact, patient-centric. Patients are invited to participate at the behest and the timing of institutions and researchers under terms and conditions not of their own making. Now, viewed in a certain light, we could see that programmatic inclusion of end users in the research process provides a rich source of free labor, easy access to opinions, and a way to signal virtuous intent. Patient engagement practices have been around in Canada for a little while now, and patients are sensing the hollowness of some of these initiatives. There are increasingly loud patient voices calling for fair and respectful treatment, remuneration for their work, and to be provided with training and skills to feel they can actually contribute in a way that is productive. The burden seems to have fallen to patients to push for improvement and to not be seen as symbolic. And it seems upside down. What if it was flipped? What would a patient-centric endeavor look like? I think it would mean discontinuing the mining and extracting of value from patients based solely on lived experience. We have research to do that. Instead, we could understand the patient collective as a stakeholder group who have a shared invested interest in seeing research funded and conducted with transparency, equity, distributive justice, with a focus on community priorities and impact. Personal fulfillment would take a back seat, with involvement centering on priorities and interests determined by a patient collective. I've said for years now that engaged patients should have agendas, they should be politicized, they should make things uncomfortable. And some do, but they usually can't keep it up for very long. Patient engagement and partnership programs rather successfully absorb or deflate those energies, training and socializing patients to be cooperative, collaborative, and non-confrontational. And this approach is far less messy and It's kind of the Canadian way. But it also serves to keep the patient voice in check. It's one of those non-science levers that gets pulled in aid of other interests. We're at the end, so I'll try to summarize into something salient. The programmatic involvement of end users in health research is not and never was about the science, nor is it based on evidence. Project to project, there will certainly be occasion where involving end users would be appropriate and helpful. But if we look at it through an EBR lens, we'll come up short. It's perhaps more instructive if we think of it as a social and cultural phenomenon, even an intervention that is not neutral or organic or grassroots or magic. As partnership in research becomes more and more prevalent, don't be afraid to ask unpopular or difficult questions. Maybe even just starting with why.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Menzies-Muntukos, and today I will be discussing how to involve end users in the planning of new research in a more systematic and transparent way. So just some information about my work. I have been working on commissioned systematic reviews of effectiveness and qualitative research for more than 10 years. I work with topics related to public health and social welfare. I'm a co-founder of the Grade Circle approach, and together with 2 colleagues here in Norway, I lead the Grade Circle working group. I also developed the transfer approach, which I will discuss later in this presentation. I will begin by declaring my interests. I have experience working with end users in secondary research, and I have authored papers about involving end users in research. However, I have no commercial or financial interest that would influence this work. So today I'll begin by discussing end user involvement in research generally, and then go on to discuss a couple of the specific challenges related to end user involvement, conflicts of interest, and clarifying roles and expectations. I'll then discuss one potential method for involving end users in the planning of systematic reviews called the transfer approach, and finish by summarizing what we've discussed. Let's get started on discussing end user involvement in research. So what is end user involvement in research? It is an activity that is done with or by patients or members of the public rather than to, about, or for them. It can also be called patient engagement or patient and public involvement, co-production, or citizen science. There's also a variety of terms and massive literature on terminology related to patient, consumer, service user, or stakeholder. I will not engage in that debate today. For the purpose of this presentation, I will use the term end user. So who is an end user, or rather, who is not an end user? An end user could be you or I, a family member or a colleague. An end user could be a researcher with an illness, for example. It's important not to otherize and think of end users as they and researchers as we, but rather to see an end user as a person. End users can be involved in any and all stages of research, including deciding which research questions should be addressed, what outcomes are important for end users or patients, undertaking the research as an interviewer, or writing up research findings. They can also be included in the broader processes and structures of research, such as identifying and setting research agendas, funding research, or peer reviewing or being members of editorial boards for journals or other publications. In this presentation, we'll focus on end user involvement in the planning of research, that is, identifying and prioritizing research questions, commissioning research, or designing and managing the research study. In this presentation, I will focus on end user involvement in systematic reviews specifically. In a systematic review, the planning stage of the review includes formulating the problem or the review question, usually using a PICO format or SPICE if you're doing qualitative synthesis, and developing and validating a review protocol. This includes developing the search strategy, defining inclusion and exclusion criteria, and identifying any potential subgroup analyses that will be done. So what are the benefits of end user involvement in research? First off, we can improve how power is distributed between researchers and research participants or end users. We can have greater societal expectation of research by developing public understanding of science. Finally, better research studies. This is by increasing relevance and credibility as the research is better informed by the concerns and the needs of the public and end users. This could lead to methods that are more sensitive and better able to effectively engage research participants. This could in turn lead to fuller and more open responses from participants because people with similar experiences have been involved in formulating questions, and this could improve the rates of enrollment in primary research. However, end user involvement in research is not without challenges. Specifically, there are challenges related to costs, time, and money. Researchers may lack the skills to appropriately involve end users. Researchers may have an attitude that science is for scientists, which could prevent them from properly engaging with end users. Patients may lack the skills to carry out research. There could be conflicts of interest of involving end users in research, and there may be unclear roles and expectations of end users in research. For this presentation, I will focus on the last two challenges related to conflicts of interest and roles and expectations. Let's discuss conflicts of interest. First, what is a conflict of interest? A conflict of interest is when there is a substantial risk that secondary interests of one or more stakeholders in research unduly influence their judgment and thereby compromise or undermine the primary interest of the research or the research goal. But what is an interest? An interest is a commitment, a goal, or a value held by an individual or an institution. It can be financial, personal, institutional, or ideological. Although financial interests have traditionally been the focus of conflict of interest policies and discussion, there is increasing attention to non-financial interests. So non-financial interests are the other ones. They're the ones without any direct or any financial element. Political, ideological, individual, intellectual, or religious, for example. End user interests can influence various stages of the research process. But maybe more interestingly is that the primary and the secondary interests, so the interest we're trying to protect or the research goal, and any other interests can vary throughout the research process. So when you're developing a research question, the primary interest may be to improve the health of a patient group. So for example, what is the effect of exercise on depression? But when conducting the research, the primary interest may shift to focus on obtaining scientifically valid results. For example, ensuring that the research is done using rigorous methods. And then when disseminating the research, the primary interest may be to ensure that the research is understandable and clear for all stakeholders. End user interests can also influence the broader processes and structures of research, as I mentioned before, related to funding or peer review of a journal. So, is this so dangerous? What can happen if conflicts of interest are ignored? Well, a secondary interest can affect a person's judgment, their reasoning, their motivation, or their behavior. And doing so, this could create a biased judgment or decision. This could lead to biased or inaccurate findings, which could lead to the damaged reputation of either the research or the researchers. This could undermine the potential or perceived value of the research by those who are using it, which in turn could contribute to research waste. Finally, research decisions that are based on research where conflicts of interest are present and not addressed may then not be informed by reliable evidence. This could result in implementing interventions that have no effect or could lead to harm. This also could waste resources. So remembering that end users could be you or I and are just people, end users could have a variety of interests that may unduly influence research. It could be related to their own health or well-being. It could be financial incentives for participating in research. There could be cultural beliefs or values that influence, or social or professional interests. For example, a study by Ashcroft 2016, studies by Cottrell 2011, and Barnes 2012 show that patients are motivated to be involved in research for a variety of reasons. For example, improving skills or gaining work experience, to meet other people, to feel useful, to put their knowledge and experience of being ill or caring to good use, because of religious commitments, to gain a better understanding of certain health problems, to gain financial income, to challenge the assumption that research is academically or clinically led, to make a difference to diagnosis, treatment, and service delivery, or to have a voice. Some of these can be viewed as secondary interests that could conflict with the primary interest, and some of them are unlikely to be viewed as a conflict of interest. Given the variety of motivations for getting involved in research, it's unlikely that end users are without interests. However, this seems to be underemphasized and rarely discussed in the literature. For example, in the document Ethical Considerations for Health Policy and Systems Research, developed by the Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research at the WHO together with the Global Health Ethics Unit, there is a lot of discussion on conflicts of interest. Namely that researchers, funders, or health institutions must disclose their conflicts of interest. There's also quite a bit on patient involvement, that patients should be engaged from the very beginning of research. However, there is no mention of patients disclosing conflicts of interest. There appears to be an assumption that patients and patient groups have no secondary interests that could influence their research. So end users involved in research may also belong to a patient group. A patient group or a patient advocacy organization is a nonprofit group whose primary mission is to combat a particular disease or disability or to work toward improving health and well-being of a particular population. These groups can be organized or unorganized and can represent minority groups or people with illnesses or disabilities. A patient group could have interests that could unduly influence the research goal, and thereby an end user who belongs to this patient group may also have interests that may influence the research goal. So for example, in a study by McCoy and colleagues in 2017, among 104 of the largest US-based patient advocacy organizations, at least 83% received financial support from a drug, a device, or a biotechnology company. And at least 39% had a current or a former industry executive on their governing board. So these kind of financial relationships between patient organizations and drug, device, or biotechnology companies could lead to biases that affect research. For example, if an end user who belongs to a patient advocacy organization that has such relationships is involved in funding or prioritizing research topics, this could lead to a biased research agenda, the consequences of which could be an overemphasis on treatments for large or well-organized patient groups. So in many areas of research, it is accepted that there is no such thing as a neutral view, or as Donna Haraway put it, a view from nowhere. Everyone, including end users, bring their own perspectives and interests to a research project. Thus, we have a view from somewhere, and we're trying to understand where that somewhere is and how that may affect the research. So we need strategies to balance the benefits of including end users' views against the inevitable secondary interest they bring with them to research. There are three main categories of strategies to manage conflicts of interest. There's regulation of the individual, design and regulation of the research process, or critical assessment of the research product. We will often find a combination of strategies to address conflicts of interest. In this presentation, we're going to focus on strategies that regulate the individual and regulate the research process. In the category regulation of the individual, there are two main strategies. The first is public disclosure of interests by all researchers and end users involved in research. This involves declaring any actual, perceived, or potential conflicts of interest. The second strategy is abstention or prohibition from research activities. This involves ensuring that researchers or end users refrain from participating in all or specific stages of research where their interests may unduly influence the research goal. Let's discuss public disclosure in a little bit more detail. It is a simple strategy and it should be a minimum requirement. Yet disclosure does have its limits. It's not very useful for preventing or helping to identify or avoid the appearance of bias, and it's not very helpful for finding out whether conflicts of interest are present. Furthermore, while disclosure could be expected to increase trust, evidence actually suggests that doctors and research participants both have less confidence in the quality of a trial design when the trial is industry funded, despite this being reported in a conflict of interest statement. The next category of strategies relates to the design and regulation of the research process. These strategies include conflict of interest policies, education of researchers and end users on conflicts of interest, informed and non-conflicted reviews of research proposals, rigorous overview by research supervisors, public registration of trials, and incorporating qualitative methods. So let's discuss in more detail how we can incorporate qualitative methods in order to address conflicts of interest. Specifically, we can borrow methods from the qualitative tradition in order to diminish some of the effects of secondary interests and biases. Specifically, we can borrow the following strategies to address rigor, representation, and reflexivity. So rigor. How do we know that the interpretation of end users' perspectives has been done well and is applicable to other end users? When end user involvement strategies include a broad range of end user perspectives, the research team, including end user researchers, may use unsystematic methods to incorporate these perspectives. Alternatively, when one or two end user researchers' views are included in a research team, the research team may not necessarily check that these end user views are representative of other end users. These issues can be addressed through member checking, where the research team takes end user input back to other end users to ensure that perspectives are relatively representative. We could also address these concerns via dense description, whereby researchers provide detailed descriptions of end users, how they were involved in the research, and how their involvement influenced the design or the conduct of the study. Or the research team could use constant comparative analysis, whereby there is an ongoing check with end users or groups to ensure that any secondary interests are not unduly influencing the primary goal of the research. We can also consider representation. Are multiple and diverse end user perspectives being sought? So one reason for end user input is to have their lived experience of healthcare or a social welfare intervention or a health condition contribute to the optimization of a research study design. So in general, we can think that one perspective is better than none, but more is better than one. However, this can be time consuming or cost a lot of money to involve end users. So we need to consider how engagement can be made accessible to end users from diverse backgrounds and which involvement strategies are most appropriate for which groups of end users. The third strategy is related to reflexivity. The question is, have all researchers taken a reflexive stance? And by this we mean, have we considered the relationship between the researchers and the participants, and between the researchers and the research topic? And here we need to think of the end users as the same as the researchers, where they also analyze and consider their relationship to the participants and the research topic. Glemton and colleagues have an article in press right now and recommend that we use a reflexive discussion in the methods section of the protocol for a systematic review, where we consider our prior positions, how those positions influence the decisions you make at various points of the research study, and whether the researchers used any strategies to address these issues. Also, the research team should include a reflexive discussion in the results section, where they consider their positions and how that could have influenced the research study, and how their positions changed during the research study. An example of what a reflexivity discussion could look like comes from a systematic review of qualitative research on healthcare workers' perceptions and experiences of communicating with people over 50 about vaccination. So this is just an excerpt. The review authors say they considered how their individual and collective views, beliefs, and experiences could have influenced the choices they made. 4 of the 6 review authors are over 50 years of age. None of the review authors provide patient care. All of the review authors believe it is important for people to have easy access to evidence-based information about vaccination. So let's consider another example and how qualitative methods could address a potential conflict of interest. So if a research goal is to explore what factors women and their partners consider when making family planning decisions, an end user involved in this research may state that according to their religious beliefs, abortion is wrong. There may be a possible conflict between the end user's interests and the research goal or the primary interest. For example, we may then exclude questions related to abortion or other family planning options. In order to manage this potential conflict of interest, we could use a reflexivity exercise for researchers and the end users involved in research, where everybody involved in the research study considers their prior positions, how this could influence decisions during the research study, and develop strategies to address any of these issues. Let's move on now to consider another challenge of end user involvement in research, which is clarifying roles and expectations of end users. As I mentioned in the beginning, we are going to be focusing in this presentation on how to involve end users in the planning of research in a more systematic and transparent way. With respect to systematic reviews, this applies then to the stages where we formulate the problem or review question and develop and validate the review protocol. So another challenge of involving end users in research is unclear roles and expectations of their contributions. In most cases, end users may not have training in academic methods, and they may be unfamiliar with research jargon. In some cases, end users may even feel intimidated when working with researchers and wonder what or how they could contribute. By clearly stating the goal of involving end users, we can help ensure that both researchers and end users are satisfied with the collaboration. And one method for doing this is clearly defining the role of the end user, where they should be expected to participate in a research study, and the expectations about their contribution. In most cases, end users sit with information that researchers don't have. It's important to consider that everyone involved in research is an expert on something and therefore has valuable input. On that note, let's look at an example of using end users in research, the transfer approach. So the transfer approach is a method to support systematic and transparent collaboration between researchers and stakeholders in order to consider contextual factors when undertaking evidence synthesis for decision-making. The goal of user involvement in transfer is to ensure relevant, useful, and usable systematic review findings. Specifically, users are involved in creating clear and relevant review questions and considering context or the factors that may influence the transferability of review findings to a specific decision-making context. Although many review teams consult with commissioners, stakeholders, or end users to develop and refine review questions, not all do so in a systematic and transparent manner. Furthermore, in a traditional systematic review, we may not consider how specific contextual factors may or may not influence the transferability of review findings until the end of the review, when we apply grade and consider the indirectness domain. With the transfer approach, we begin collaborating with end users at the planning stage of the review, where the end users are involved in a structured, systematic, and transparent process to define the review question and consider contextual factors that may influence the transferability of the review finding to the review context. In this way, the role and expectation of the end user is clearly defined and limited. The end users bring with them their knowledge and experience with the specific intervention or decision-making context being examined in the review. The review team then conducts the systematic review and, using the information provided by the end users, are able to come up with relevant, useful, and usable review findings that are applicable to the review context or a local decision-making context. So transfer was not developed as an intellectual or a theoretical exercise, but rather as an answer to an expressed need from decision makers. So let's look at transfer in practice. A systematic review examining experiences with housing programs is commissioned and one of the findings is that homeless people prefer housing programs that allow them to choose their own housing. At the end of the review process, decision makers are left wondering, does this finding apply to our setting? If the decision makers could take a time machine back to the beginning of the review process, they could say, we are wondering about housing programs for homeless people in Norway, and the review team would be able to help. Together, end users and review authors can meet for a couple of hours to define the review question and discuss contextual or transferability factors. Firstly, the end users and review team work together to define the review question using a template. Using a template ensures a few things. First, there's a structured discussion of the review question and inclusion criteria, whereby the end users and review team go through each issue in a systematic way. Secondly, there's a transparent record of the discussion for posterity. For example, if questions arise as to whether a review includes children 6 to 18 years old and not 4 to 21 years old. Finally, the template can help to ensure that regardless of who is in the review team or who the end users are, the formulation and definition of the review question is done in the same manner. This could be an example of defining the review question where the review team has some ideas for inclusion criteria, has some questions for the decision makers or end users, and together they arrive at the final inclusion criteria. Next, the end users and review team consider contextual factors that may influence the transferability of the review findings to the review context or a predefined local context. This is based on a structured conversation guide that acts as a list of prompts for discussion. The end users are asked to consider if they would, for example, be concerned if data comes from contexts where the data was collected at a different point in time, or the geographical, political, or economic context is different. At the end of this meeting, the review team is left with 3 to 5 hypothesized transferability factors that can be then used to conduct subgroup analyses in reviews of effectiveness, or to explore when discussing review findings from qualitative evidence syntheses. It's important to note here that since these are hypotheses, some of the identified contextual factors may not influence transferability, thereby potentially dispelling any commonly held myths from end users or researchers on the transferability of review findings to specific contexts. So, for example, decision makers making decisions related to employment in a European country may be resistant to implementing an intervention where most of the studies in a systematic review come from America, because the hiring and the firing practices are very different. However, by moving away from this idea of Europe versus America and identifying specific contextual factors and then conducting a subgroup analysis based on these, the end users and the researchers may find that these specific the review findings are actually transferable despite these different hiring and firing practices. So, for example, in this review on homelessness, the end users and review authors think, what factors could influence the transferability of the review findings to the Norwegian context? And maybe they come up with climate is an important factor. So after the meeting with the end users, the review team then goes to conduct the systematic review. And as part of this process, extracts data related to the contextual factor they identified, in this case, climate. They can then use this to do a subgroup analysis, if allowed, at the end. And this could tell them about the applicability to the local context. So an assessment of this, for example, could be the review finding is housing programs lead to more days in stable housing compared to usual services. When we look at the climate factor, there may be no concerns because all of the studies included in the review were conducted only in settings with cold climates, which is similar to Norway. And then the review team could say there was 10 studies supporting this and make an overall assessment of minor concerns. That there may be minor differences between the included studies and the review context with respect to other contextual factors such as length of homelessness and quality of usual services, but there are no substantial differences between the included studies and the review context regarding climate. The assessment of transferability can then be used to support the assessment of the grade and directness domain or the grade circle component relevance, similar to how the risk of bias tool feeds into the risk of bias domain in grade. The review team then can present the review findings and state that they have no concerns about the transferability of the finding to the Norwegian context because the data comes from studies that were done in cold countries. It's advantageous to combine transfer then with a discussion of reflexivity throughout the review process, as we discussed earlier, and a pre-trial or pre-review disclosure of interests. So in summary, end user involvement in research is not without challenges. In particular, end users have interests, and we need to balance the benefits of including end users' views with managing the inevitable secondary interests they bring with them. There are strategies available for managing such conflicts of interest, but we also need to consider clearly defining the roles and expectations of user involvement. Transfer approach for systematic and transparent collaboration to consider context is one such method. Thank you very much for your time. Please feel free to contact me via email if you have any questions, and a list of references is available upon request.
Thank you, both of you, for very, very inspiring and interesting and informative presentations. I can tell you right here and now that there is actually a lot of very interesting topic to discuss, so thank you very much. Before we jump into the questions from the chat, I would just like to also state that even though that your presentation is very different in many ways, you are actually approaching the topic in a very similar way, but from various perspectives, which I find very interesting. But I would just highlight to both of you, and I think that most of the questions you should, maybe the question was for Jennifer or for Heather, but I will make the questions for both of you all the time. And I think that the first thing here to discuss is really, we're talking about evidence-based research. What do we really mean by that? Well, we mean that we would encourage and promote the production of valuable research. And valuable research to us is a combination of two understandings or two elements or two perspectives. The one perspective is the identification of scientific or research gaps, knowledge that we are missing. And the other one is that the research is of societal importance, relevance. And the combination of those two, you're having a gap and it's identified as a relevant question for society, makes research valuable. And what we also would like to promote is that these two elements are all prepared in a systematic and transparent approach. So my question to both of you, based upon your presentations, how do you think we can accomplish that when it comes to the second part, namely the importance for society of the research? How can we do that in a systematic and transparent way? Maybe Jennifer, you give a little rest to Heather, just been speaking, you know, and then Jennifer first and then Heather.
Sure. So I'll just start off though by saying, and I'm not sure if this is sort of trying to dodge your question or any further question, Hans, but it's that I don't tend to focus on solutions. So I just want to say that right off the top, that if there are questions that come or if there's a piece of this answer that really does rest with kind of implementation or ways of you know, embarking on a path that answers the question, I don't know that I have, you know, from my vantage point, I don't have a lot of answers in terms of how do we fix whatever problems I've decided to identify, which others may or may not agree with. So your question about societal importance, how do we address that? Was that your question?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that, you know, when I look around at various other implementations of what I think are good paths, it would include things like in the US, there's PCORI, in the UK, there's the James Lind Alliance, where there are these efforts to, in a systematic way, understand what people find important. And I think that that's a very good way to do it in terms of a collective understanding and trying to systematically understand what is relevant out in the world, as opposed to handpicking individuals to come and inform a particular project that is already well underway. So having these opinions or viewpoints at the table is not really satisfying that exact question. But I think that these more organizational or institutional approaches where there is a systematic method of collecting priorities is a good start.
What do you think, Heather, if you're there? Yeah, you are muted.
Thank you.
No problem.
First of all, I just want to say, Jennifer, what an excellent presentation. And even though you don't come with the solutions, just by pointing out the problems, we're on a good pathway towards finding solutions. So I think I also don't have any solutions, but I think the focus has to be on systematicity, if that's a word, and transparency, and being realistic as well. So as Jennifer pointed out, and as I tried to highlight, end user involvement in research needs to have a purpose. It can't be just for the sake of involving end users in research. And that purpose needs to be quite defined. And when it's done in the planning stage, as Jennifer mentioned anew, then it leads to having questions that are important. Because if researchers are left to their own devices, we might come up with questions that are interesting, but not useful, for example. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. I think
No, but
Jennifer...
I could put it in another way. I mean, you two have both in different ways highlighted some challenges, some barriers, some conflict of interest, some a lot of challenges we are facing doing this. And by that, I hope everyone understands that we really, our primary assumption is we need that kind of information. The question would then be, would a scientific approach, would that help at least some or maybe most of the barriers? Would that be a way to overcome, the tokenism, the conflict of interest, or maybe the scope creep, or whatever we can face when you just in quotation inviting 3 or 4 representatives?
Well, I think from the perspective of systematic reviews, at least, when I embarked on the transfer approach, I found it a little bit frustrating that we are incredibly systematic to the point of OCD throughout the systematic review process, and yet the ideas about context wasn't being done in a systematic way. And how could we justify that? And I think the same thing applies to the end user involvement, is that we've been perhaps a bit naive when we think of end user involvement, that it's a great thing to do. But as we mature in this process, we realize that it is a great thing to do, but if it's going to be part of research, in this case, reviews, then it has to be done systematically as well. And it needs to be transparent. There needs to be dense description of exactly who was involved, how they were involved, how it changed the research process, because it does change the research process for posterity. Because if you have another review team looking to expand on a systematic review or create a complementary qualitative synthesis, then they need to be able to see who was involved, what type of end users were involved. So I think that by having a system, you do get rid of, you don't get rid of, but you can minimize quite a few biases.
Yeah, one thing I'll add to this too, and it's a struggle that I have all the time in these kinds of talks, is that, or in these kinds of discussions rather, is that I think, yes, in order to make the process more scientific, or to bring end user involvement into the scientific realm of what you're talking about, it absolutely needs a methodological process and something standardized, and something that is familiar, I suppose, to the scientific research community. But having said that, I can almost hear the arguments that many proponents of patient partnership would have, in that they're not looking to just be research subjects again. So being part of decision making, being part of the strategic process, or feeling like you are in a research project, is in fact not supposed to be systematic. It is supposed to be much more qualitative. It's supposed to be more principles based, and less part of being in the study. And so I don't often have, it's a robust discussion. I guess I'll just call it that. It's a contradiction of sorts that is very difficult to reconcile. And I think because of that, it's why I veer more into thinking of it more, as I said, a cultural or social phenomenon, and less of a scientific, like an insertion into a scientific process. It's very difficult to reconcile from that perspective.
So you actually, sorry, yeah, please.
Can I just,
yeah.
I think that's, I think you're right. And I think that even the discussion of it, we go back and forth in this research participant or end users as researchers. But I guess what I'm thinking is that within a review and most journal articles, authors are required to state their roles and contributions throughout the review or throughout the article or the primary study. And I think that where end users are involved, they should also be treated like co-authors. And so your contributions, or in a systematic review, who did the screening or which role they had, and conflicts of interest. I just think that end users, when they're going to be involved as researchers, should be involved in exactly the same way and have the same responsibilities as well as a research trained academic, if you will.
So I mean, I acknowledge your position, Jennifer, but even though I will ask both of you, do you think that we actually lack, in the scientific community, lack a real good method to do this? Or would the qualitative research, which has been developing over many, many decades, would that be solving the problem? Or do we need another approach, so to speak, the reflexivity discussion or the transfer approach or whatever we can come up with?
Well, gosh, okay, so I think the qualitative methods or mixed methods approaches that we have are probably sufficient to inform a research process as to what patient preferences are, or there can be some reasonable assumptions that can be drawn, or not assumptions, but findings that come of that work. And as Heather said, it's for, I can't remember the word you used, but for traceability, right? So you can understand how a project has come together, and you can trace back what has informed certain decisions. So that to me makes a lot of sense. But again, whether it would satisfy what the goals of the movement of patient partnership, it certainly would not. And so I don't really know how to address that, other than maybe to say there could be some kind of other role for a facilitator or somebody who is able to manage these kinds of engagement processes better than is currently done, because I think the push and the swell and the excitement about it has surpassed, I guess, the abilities or capabilities of certain researchers who don't know how to engage patients in a way that makes sense. It ends up becoming this checkbox exercise that a lot of patient partners complain about, which is legitimate. I mean, it's true that a lot of researchers are not equipped to do this well. And so I think it's a legitimate comment or critique from patient partners that the process is often tokenistic, or that it's done in a way that's that doesn't feel meaningful, or it just satisfies a funding requirement. And I think a lot of that is not because researchers don't, I mean, I can't speak to their intent, but I think they just often don't know how to do this appropriately. So, or how to understand what they're hearing in a way that, or even recruit, all of it from top to bottom. I think researchers are often left in the dark, and they feel the pressure and the competitive pressure to include patients, and they just have to get on with it. They have a funding deadline, they have limited funds, they haven't really necessarily accounted for compensation. And so now they're in this very difficult position of having to fit a square peg in a round hole and don't quite know how to do it, and everyone's dissatisfied. So, I mean, there's a lot of points of entry, I suppose, for improvement there, one of which could be some kind of either training for researchers that is more systematic, or some kind of intervention from another type of role that is a facilitator or somebody who's able to mediate these kinds of engagement exercises.
I think that's a really good point, Jennifer. And it makes me wonder if I have an unpopular, but perhaps a fundamental question in each research project. And that's, what is the goal of end user involvement? And that will vary. So is the goal to meet the funder's needs? Because then that's not a valuable goal. But is the goal to get the user perspective? Could that be better addressed by doing a qualitative study, which would then provide more systematic findings? Or is the goal to involve the end user in order to kind of get buy-in? Or I think before we embark on research, we need to understand why we're involving end users. And this perhaps comes from an evolution of the PPI movement, if you will. So the pendulum has swung one way where everybody is gung-ho and this is going to be it for every research project. But maybe we need to come back to the middle and say, yes, it's appropriate for some research projects, but for some projects, it's more appropriate to use qualitative research to gather the input that we would otherwise be seeking. And maybe that's a better use of resources, or maybe that better addresses the goal of having the end users involved.
But I would just remind you, the idea of having a societal relevant research was actually presented in 1947 during the doctor's trial in the Nuremberg trials after Second World War. So the argument, the legal arguments, 70 years ago, was really that you need to both be able to show a research gap and also a need within society. So I mean, how does that relate to the PPI development and this patient engagement or patient patient partnerships?
I don't know how it relates specifically, but one thing that comes to mind, Hans, is I was this is going to be terrible. I was reading a book and I can't even remember what it was, but the thought occurred to me that, I think what was said in the one of the passages was that it was about community-based research and or co-design in communities, and that the comment was, and I think this is quite insightful, is that communities know what their problems are, typically organized communities, ones who have been battling something or who want something solved. And when I say community, I mean, often it's marginalized or disadvantaged groups of people, but I could also point to, disease groups or people with particular conditions where there are known things that they are looking to solve. And so it's possible that the societal relevance question could simply be answered by researchers going into the communities that they are interested in exploring more and asking, what are the concerns that you have? And that's the direction I will take. And so then, like we all know, places like the James Lind Alliance will filter that up into priority lists, and it's like easy pickings. Researchers can go there and figure out what's relevant rather than but in addition to perhaps individual interests. And but it needs to find a home in, the research question needs to find a home out in the community. And if it doesn't exist, one might ask, why do it?
I mean, this is very interesting, but I owe all those questions in the chat an opportunity too. So I don't know. Caroline, which one will you select if you have to make a selection now? Are you there, Caroline?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Can you give me a hint? Which one would you think would be maybe the most interesting question here now? Because we can't get them all. I'm sorry for that.
There was one about sort of the funders, which I suppose kind of brings in another aspect we haven't spoken about so much, and about flipping the model by getting funding for sort of patient collectives rather than the researchers.
That's Sally Crowe made that question, right? Yes. So the question here from Sally Crowe is really, how do we encourage and enable research funders to support patient collectives to do research so that the current prevailing model gets flipped? And it is 1709, if you want to read in the chat. Sally states here that she agrees that it is critical and beneficial to make space in research dialogue for different and challenging viewpoints. These tends to be more interesting and useful from my experience. So the question is how to encourage that research funders are able research funders to support the patient collectives to do research. But I'm not sure what Sally means by the points of getting flipped.
Yeah, that's a reference to one of my comments in my talk about flipping the model, where I was commenting that patient partnership as it stands is not, in my view, terribly patient-centric. It's not a patient-led or patient-operated kind of endeavor, because it initiates in the institution. And, like I said, there's value certainly in bringing patients in to discuss things, but whether that amounts to partnership, whether that actually amounts to any sort of power sharing or shared decision making, I think is questionable. And that's something that I think a lot of patient partners also share as a question as to how much influence or power they actually have in those settings. And so I think Sally's question, and hi Sally, it's nice to encounter you again. But I think what Sally is asking is, okay, great. So how do we encourage that model to happen? And honestly, I'm just not sure that from the institutional perspective or from the academic research perspective, that is the vantage point from where that pressure occurs. I'm not sure that it's a research exercise that will make that happen. It's more of a public and patient pressure that would, and it's multi-pronged, I think. To answer, it also kind of floats into Maureen's question, which was a little bit later around, not being too difficult or not being too challenging, because you'll stop getting invited. And part of what I think has to happen is that patients actually stop doing it for free, that they stop being asked to do it in this way, because I think it actually, the benefits of it accrue to the institution much more so than to the ultimate end user or the public, or even the quality of the research necessarily. So it's a multifaceted question about how this kind of power dynamic can shift. I will share one quick little anecdote, and I can put a link to it. As Hans mentioned in my introduction, I do host a podcast that is, or co-host rather, a podcast that is about patient engagement in Canada, essentially, and it looks critically at engagement and partnership practices. And one of the interviewees we had a few months ago was Lucy Costa, who is one of the co-leads, I believe, of the Empowerment Council at the Canadian, at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health here in Canada. So the Empowerment Council is a patient-led, service user-led, rather, organization that is there as a kind of, I'm just going to use this word, and I may be wrong, but a kind of watchdog on the activities of the Canadian, of CAMH, the whole service delivery organization. And so anyway, the Empowerment Council is patient-led, and they are there to look out for the interests of the service users. And so to me, that model makes a lot of sense. And one of the things that Lucy talked about was that the encroachment of patient engagement and engagement activities is actually eroding a lot of the work that advocacy organizations can do. And so it is a kind of counter to, so I guess I'm just making the distinction between activism and advocacy versus patient engagement. One is very much institution-led, one is very much patient-led or patient-driven or service user-driven. And I think that trying to combine them, or somehow thinking that there can be a funded version of activism, a government-funded or an officially sanctioned version of activism, it ends up looking a whole lot like engagement and partnership. And I don't know that there's a lot of crossover there. I'm not sure that it can be done from the vantage point of where we're sitting right now, which is institutionally funded or government funded research. Sorry, that was a very convoluted answer, but I guess where I got to was that, Sally, I don't know.
Yeah, but the don't know was very interesting. So thank you. So Heather, I think that this question about the imbalance, what was your experience in trying out your transfer approach, which is actually, as you put it, a very structured and systematic approach of involving the end users? In this case, the end users were those who would use the systematic reviews in decision making. But I mean, end users could be many things. For example, patients. Yeah. How was your experience of the imbalance in you were sitting there being the researcher, and you have prepared the scheme for the discussion, and how was that?
So just to say that it has been used in a limited amount of reviews so far. Yeah. So, and the ones that I've been personally involved in have involved end users that are very well versed with systematic reviews. So commission them, understand them, use them, and are very comfortable with the jargon around systematic reviews as well. However, I had one interesting experience, and that was that because of COVID, we had to do it virtually. So I had to send out an email, and that was to some stakeholders who were less involved in the academic community. So it was on mentoring, and it was people who were actually providing mentoring services or organizing mentoring services. And what I found there was that, first of all, the medium was inappropriate. So to do it via email, you really lack the discussion where you can connect with people. And that was really important. I found out later. Part of the success of these kind of conversations is the eye to eye and meeting as individuals and not in a hierarchical setting. But also the jargon part was really a barrier to good communication, because it right away put up this us and them and put the researcher in this higher position, which is really unfortunate. So since then, whenever I've implemented these conversations, we've started off by saying, in this case, we know nothing. You are the experts. I am only here to facilitate a discussion, and I really don't know anything about this. So just lying yourself completely flat, if that's an expression, and saying, we're here and we need your help. And to kind of acknowledge and value contribution. And acknowledge that I have my own rule as well. I am a methodologist. I know how to do this, but I don't know what you know. And I think that in general sets a good tone. But the more people available, or the more people who are participating, I found also sets a better tone, because people are very easily engaged and want to answer to somebody else's comments or come up with their own opinion. So I think that that's also very good. That kind of helps. If you have a lot of people with different backgrounds, then people encourage each other to discuss things, and the whole vibe, if you will, of the meeting gets a bit more relaxed. And that's, I think, what you want is to make sure everybody feels like an equal, which they are. They're just equal. Their knowledge is different. That's all.
Thank you very much. Our time is up. I would just say two things. First thing, that when you mentioned this, Heather, about the expert, you are the expert. We don't know anything. I will encourage everyone to listen to, I think it's number 2 or number 3 in the Matters of Engagement podcast by Jennifer. I think that's where you talked about, you have an interview and talk about the concept of experts when you are not a researcher. That's very interesting. I actually think it's 2 episodes, if I remember correctly. So that's a little advertising for go home and listen to the podcast by Jennifer. And the second thing, if you have the time, Jennifer and Heather, I think that's a lot of participants who would acknowledge and be very happy if you could shortly answer the questions I was not able to put into our discussion. That would be very nice if you are able to do that. Otherwise, we will figure out another way. So thank you again, both of you, and thank you all the participants for your engagement and your many questions. See you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.